Canto the Twelfth. Of all the barbarous Middle Ages, that which is most barbarous is the Middle Age. Of man, it is, I really scarce know what. But when we hover between fool and sage, and don't know justly what we would be at. A period something like a printed page. Black letter upon foolscap, while our hair grows grizzled, and we are not what we were. Too old for youth, too young, at 35. To herd with boys, or hoard with good threescore. I wonder people should be left alive. But since they are, that epoch is a bore. Love lingers still, although we're late to wive. And as for other love, the illusion is o'er. And money, that most pure imagination, gleams only through the dawn of its creation. O gold! Why call we misers miserable? Theirs is the pleasure that can never pall. Theirs is the best bower anchor, the chain cable, which holds fast other pleasures great and small. Ye who but see the saving man at table, and scorn his temperate board, as none at all, and wonder how the wealthy can be sparing, know not what visions spring from each cheese paring. Love or lust makes man sick, and wine much sicker. Ambition rends, and gaming gains a loss. But making money, slowly first, then quicker. And adding still a little through each cross. Which will come over things, beats love or liquor. The gamester's counter, or the statesman's dross. O gold! I still prefer thee unto paper, which makes bank credit like a bank of vapor. Who hold the balance of the world? Who reign o'er Congress, whether royalist or liberal? Who rouse the shirtless patriots of Spain, that make old Europe's journals squeak and gibber all? Who keep the world, both old and new, in pain or pleasure? Who make politics run glibber all? The shade of Buonaparte's noble daring, Jew Rothschild, and his fellow Christian, bearing. Those, and the truly liberal Lafitte, are the true lords of Europe. Every loan is not a merely speculative hit, but seats a nation or upsets a throne. Republics also get involved a bit. Colombia's stock hath holders not unknown. On 'change. And even thy silver soil, Peru, must get itself discounted by a Jew. Why call the miser miserable? As I said before, the frugal life is his, which in a saint or cynic ever was. The theme of praise, a hermit would not miss. Canonization for the selfsame cause. And wherefore blame gaunt wealth's austerities? Because ull say, not calls for such a trial. Then there is more merit in his self-denial. He is your only poet. Passion, pure, and sparkling on from heap to heap, displays. Possessed, the ore, of which mere hopes allure. Nations athwart the deep, the golden rays flash up in ingots from the mine obscure. On him the diamond pours its brilliant blaze, while the mild emerald's beam shades down the dyes of other stones, to suit the miser's eyes. The lands on either side are his. The ship from Ceylon, Ind, or far Cathay, unloads for him the fragrant produce of each trip. Beneath his cars of Ceres groan the roads, and the vine blushes like Aurora's lip. His very cellars might be kings' abodes, while he, despising every sensual call, commands, the intellectual lord of all. Perhaps he hath great projects in his mind, to build a college, or to found a race, a hospital, a church, and leave behind some dome surmounted by his meager face. Perhaps he fain would liberate mankind, even with the very ore which makes them base. Perhaps he would be wealthiest of his nation, or revel in the joys of calculation. But whether all, or each, or none of these, may be the hoarder's principle of action, the fool will call such mania a disease. What is his own? Go, look at each transaction. Wars, revels, loves, do these bring men more ease than the mere plodding through each vulgar fraction? Or do they benefit mankind? Lean miser. Let spendthrift's heirs inquire of yours, who's wiser? How beauteous are rouleaus! How charming chests! Containing ingots, bags of dollars, coins. Not of old victors, all whose heads and crests weigh not the thin or where their visage shines, but, of fine unclipped gold, where dully rests some likeness, which the glittering cirque confines of modern, reigning, sterling, stupid stamp. Yes. Ready money is Aladdin's lamp. Love rules the camp, the court, the grove, for love is heaven, and heaven is love, so sings the bard. Which it were rather difficult to prove. A thing with poetry in general hard. Perhaps there may be something in the grove. At least it rhymes to love, but I'm prepared to doubt, no less than landlords of their rental, if courts and camps be quite so sentimental. But if love don't, cash does, and cash alone. Cash rules the grove, and fells it too besides. Without cash, camps were thin, and courts were none. Without cash, Malthus tells you, take no brides. So cash rules love the ruler, on his own high ground, as virgin Cynthia sways the tides. And as for heaven, heaven being love, why not say honey is wax? Heaven is not love, tea is matrimony. Is not all love prohibited whatever? Excepting marriage? Which is love, no doubt. After a sort. But somehow people never. With the same thought the two words have helped out. Love may exist with marriage, and should ever. And marriage also may exist without. But love sans bands is both a sin and shame. And ought to go by quite another name. Now if the court, and camp, and grove, be not recruited all with constant married men, who never coveted their neighbor's lot. I say that line is a lapsus of the pen. Strange too in my buon camarado Scott, so celebrated for his morals, when my Geoffrey held him up as an example to me, of whom these morals are a sample. Well, if I don't succeed, I have succeeded. And that's enough. Succeeded in my youth. The only time when much success is needed. And my success produced what I, in sooth, cared most about, it need not now be pleaded. Whatever it was, tea was mine. I've paid, in truth, of late the penalty of such success. But have not learned to wish it any less. That suit in chancery, which some persons plead, in an appeal to the unborn, whom they, in the faith of their procreative creed, baptize posterity, or future clay, to me seems but a dubious kind of reed, to lean on for support in any way, since odds are that posterity will know no more of them, than they of her, I trow. Why, I'm posterity, and so are you. And whom do we remember? Not 100. Were every memory written down all true, the 10th or 20th name would be but blundered. Even Plutarch's lives have but picked out a few. And 'gainst those few your annalists have thundered. And Mitford in the 19th century gives, with Greek truth, the good old Greek the lie. Good people all, of every degree. Ye gentle readers and ungentle writers. In this 12th canto, tea is my wish to be as serious as if I had for indicters Malthus and Wilberforce, the last set free the Negroes and is worth 1,000,000 fighters. While Wellington has but enslaved the whites. And Malthus does the thing, 'gainst which he writes. I'm serious, so are all men upon paper. And why should I not form my speculation? And hold up to the sun my little taper? Mankind just now seem wrapped in mediation. On constitutions and steamboats of vapor. While sages write against all procreation. Unless a man can calculate his means. Of feeding brats the moment his wife weans. That's noble. That's romantic. For my part, I think that philogenitiveness is. Now here's a word quite after my own heart. Though there's a shorter a good deal than this. If that politeness set it not apart. But I'm resolved to say not that's amiss. I say, methinks that philogenitiveness might meet from men a little more forgiveness. And now to business. O my gentle one, thou art in London, in that pleasant place, where every kind of mischief is daily brewing, which can await warm youth in its wild race. 'Tis true, that thy career is not a new one. Thou art no novice in the headlong chase of early life, but this is a new land, which foreigners can never understand. What with a small diversity of climate, of hot or cold, mercurial or sedate, I could send forth my mandate like a primate upon the rest of Europe's social state. But thou art the most difficult to rhyme at. Great Britain, which the muse may penetrate. All countries have their lions, but in there is but one superb menagerie. But I am sick of politics. Begin. Paulo Majora. Juan, undecided. Amongst the paths of being taken in. Above the ice had like a skater glided. When tired of play, he flirted without sin. With some of those fair creatures who have prided themselves on innocent tantalization. And hate all vice except its reputation. But these are few, and in the end they make some devilish escapade or stir, which shows that even the purest people may mistake their way through virtue's primrose paths of snows. And then men stare, as if a new ass spake to Balaam, and from tongue to ear o'erflows quicksilver small talk, ending, if you note it, with the kind world's amen. Who would have thought it? The little Layla, with her orient eyes and taciturn Asiatic disposition, which saw all Western things with small surprise, to the surprise of people of condition, who think that novelties are butterflies, to be pursued as food for inanition. Her charming figure and romantic history became a kind of fashionable mystery. The women much divided, as is usual, amongst the sex in little things or great. Think not, fair creatures, that I mean to abuse you all. I have always liked you better than I state. Since I've grown moral, still I must accuse you all of being apt to talk at a great rate. And now there was a general sensation amongst you, about Layla's education. In one point only were you settled, and you had reason. Was that a young child of grace, as beautiful as her own native land, and far away, the last bud of her race. How our friend Don Juan might command himself for 5, 4, 3, or 2 years' space, would be much better taught beneath the eye of peeresses whose follies had run dry. So first there was a generous emulation, and then there was a general competition to undertake the orphan's education. As Juan was a person of condition, it had been an affront on this occasion to talk of a subscription or petition. But 16 dowagers, 10 unwed she sages, whose tale belongs to Hallam's Middle Ages, and 1 or 2 sad, separate wives, without a fruit to bloom upon their withering bough, begged to bring up the little girl and out. For that's the phrase that settles all things now, meaning a virgin's first blush at a rout, and all her points as thoroughbred to show. And I assure you, that like virgin honey tastes their first season, mostly if they have money. How all the needy honorable misters, each out at elbow peer, or desperate dandy, the watchful mothers, and the careful sisters, who, by the by, when clever, are more handy at making matches, where tea is gold that glisters. Then there he relatives, like flies o'er candy, buzz round the fortune with their busy battery, to turn her head with waltzing and with flattery. Each aunt, each cousin, hath her speculation. Nay, married dames will now and then discover such pure disinterestedness of passion. I've known them court an heiress for their lover. Tantine. Such the virtues of high station, even in the hopeful isle, whose outlet best Dover. While the poor rich wretch, object of these cares, has cause to wish her sire had had male heirs. Some are soon bagged, and some reject 3 dozen. Is fine to see them scattering refusals, and wild dismay o'er every angry cousin. Friends of the party, who begin accusals, such as, unless Miss Blank meant to have chosen poor Frederick, why did she accord perusals to his billets? Why waltz with him? Why, I pray, look yes last night, and yet say no today? Why, besides, Fred really was attached. Was not her fortune, he has enough without. The time will come she wish that she had snatched so good an opportunity, no doubt. But the old Marchioness some plan had hatched, as I'll tell Aurea at tomorrow's rout. And after all poor Frederick may do better. Pray did you see her answer to his letter? Smart uniforms and sparkling coronets are spurned in turn, until her turn arrives. After male loss of time, and hearts, and bets upon the sweepstakes for substantial wives. And when at last the pretty creature gets some gentleman, who fights, or writes, or drives, it soothes the awkward squad of the rejected to find how very badly she selected. For sometimes they accept some long pursuer, worn out with importunity, or fall. But here perhaps the instances are fewer. To the lot of him who scarce pursued at all, a hazy widower turned of 40's sure. If is not vain examples to recall, to draw a high prize, now, howe'er he got her, I see not more strange in this than other lottery. I, for my part, one modern instance, more true, is a pity is true, was chosen from out an amatory score. Albeit my years were less discreet than few. But though I also had reformed before, those became one who soon were to be two. I'll not gainsay the generous public's voice, that the young lady made a monstrous choice. Oh, pardon my digression, or at least peruse. Is always with a moral end, that I dissert, like grace before a feast. For like an aged aunt, or tiresome friend, a rigid guardian, or a zealous priest, my muse by exhortation means to mend all people, at all times, and in most places. Which puts my Pegasus to these grave paces. But now I'm going to be immoral. Now I mean to show things really as they are, not as they ought to be, for I avow that till we see what's what in fact, we far from much improvement with that virtuous plough, which schemes the surface, leaving scarce a scar upon the black loam long manured by vice, only to keep its corn at the old price. But first of little Layla we dispose, for like a day dawn she was young and pure, or like the old comparison of snows, which are more pure than pleasant to be sure. Like many people everybody knows, Don Juan was delighted to secure a goodly guardian for his infant charge, who might not profit much by being at large. Besides, he had found out he was no tutor. I wish that others would find out the same, and rather wished in such things to stand neuter. For silly wards will bring their guardians blame. So when he saw each ancient dame a suitor, to make his little wild Asiatic tame, consulting the Society for Vice, suppression. Lady Pinchbeck was his choice. Olden she was, but had been very young. Virtuous she was, and had been, I believe. Although the world has such an evil tongue, that, but my chaster ear will not receive an echo of a syllable that s wrong. In fact, there s nothing makes me so much grieve as that abominable tittle-tattle, which is the cut eschewed by human cattle. Moreover I've remarked, and I was once a slight observer in a modest way, and so may every one except a dunce, that ladies in their youth a little gay, besides their knowledge of the world, and sense of the sad consequence of going astray, are wiser in their warnings gainst the woe, which the mere passionless can never know, while the harsh prude indemnifies her virtue by railing at the unknown and envied passion, seeking far less to save you than to hurt you, or, what's still worse, to put you out of fashion. The kinder veteran with calm words will court you, entreating you to pause before you dash on, expounding and illustrating the riddle of epic love's beginning, end, and middle. Now whether it be thus, or that they are stricter, as better knowing why they should be so, I think you'll find from many a family picture, that daughters of such mothers as may know the world by experience rather than by lecture, turn out much better for the Smithfield show of Vestals brought into the marriage mart, than those bred up by prudes without a heart. I said that Lady Pinchbeck had been talked about, as who has not, if female, young, and pretty. But now no more the ghost of scandal stalked about. She merely was deemed amiable and witty, and several of her best bon mots were hawked about. Then she was given to charity and pity, and passed, at least the latter years of life, for being a most exemplary wife. High in high circles, gentle in her own, she was the mild reprover of the young. Whenever, which means every day, they shown an awkward inclination to go wrong, the quantity of good she did, unknown, or at the least would lengthen out my song. In brief, the little orphan of the East had raised an interest in her, which increased. Juan, too, was a sort of favorite with her, because she thought him a good heart at bottom, a little spoiled, but not so altogether, which was a wonder, if you think who got him, and how he had been tossed, he scarce knew whither. Though this might ruin others, it did not him. At least entirely, for he had seen too many changes in youth, to be surprised at any. And these vicissitudes tell best in youth. For when they happen at a riper age, people are apt to blame the fates, forsooth, and wonder Providence is not more sage. Adversity is the first path to truth. He who hath proved war, storm, or woman's rage, whether his winters be 18 or 80, hath won the experience which is deemed so weighty. How far it profits is another matter. Our hero gladly saw his little charge safe with a lady, whose last grown-up daughter, being long married, and thus set at large, had left all the accomplishments she taught her, to be transmitted, like the Lord Mayor's barge, to the next comer. Or, as it will tell, more muse-like, like to Cytherea's shell. I call such things transmission, for there is a floating balance of accomplishment, which forms a pedigree from miss to miss, according as their minds or backs are bent. Some waltz, some draw, some fathom the abyss of metaphysics, others are content with music, the most moderate shine as wits, while others have a genius turned for fits. But whether fits, or wits, or harpsichords, theology, fine arts, or finer stays, may be the baits for gentlemen or lords, with regular descent, in these our days. The last year to the new transfers its hordes. New vestals claim men's eyes with the same praise. Of elegant etiquetera, in fresh batches. All matchless creatures, and yet bent on matches. But now I will begin my poem. T is perhaps a little strange, if not quite new. That from the first of cantos up to this, I've not begun what we have to go through. These first 12 books are merely flourishes. Preludios, trying just a string or two upon my lyre, or making the pegs sure. And when so, you shall have the overture. My muses do not care a pinch of rosin about what's called success, or not succeeding. Such thoughts are quite below the strain they have chosen. T is a great moral lesson they are reading. I thought, at setting off, about 24 cantos would do, but at Apollo's pleading, if that my Pegasus should not be foundered, I think to canter gently through 100. Don Juan saw that microcosm on stilts. Yclept the great world. For it is the least, although the highest, but as swords have hilts, by which their power of mischief is increased, when man in battle or in quarrel tilts. Thus the low world, north, south, or west, or east, must still obey the high, which is their handle. Their moon, their sun, their gas, their farthing candle. He had many friends who had many wives, and was well looked upon by both, to that extent of friendship which you may accept or pass. It does nor good nor harm, being merely meant to keep the wheels going of the higher class, and draw them nightly when a ticket is sent. And what with masquerades, and fêtes, and balls, for the first season such a life scarce palls. A young unmarried man, with a good name and fortune, has an awkward part to play. For good society is but a game, the royal game of goose, as I may say, where every body has some separate aim, an end to answer, or a plan to lay. The single ladies wishing to be double, the married ones to save the virgin's trouble. I don't mean this as general, but particular. Examples may be found of such pursuits, though several also keep their perpendicular. Like poplars, with good principles for roots. Yet many have a method more reticular. Fishers for men, like sirens with soft lutes, for talk 6 times with the same single lady, and you may get the wedding dresses ready. Perhaps you have a letter from the mother to say her daughter's feelings are trepanned. Perhaps you have a visit from the brother, all strut, and stays, and whiskers, to demand what your intentions are, one way or other. It seems the virgin's heart expects your hand, and between pity for her case and yours, you add to matrimony's list of cures. I've known a dozen weddings made even thus, and some of them high names. I have also known young men who, though they hated to discuss pretensions which they never dreamed to have shown, yet neither frightened by a female fuss, nor by mustachios moved, or let alone, and lived, as did the broken-hearted fair, in happier plight than if they formed a pair. There is also nightly, to the uninitiated, a peril, not indeed like love or marriage, but not the less for this to be depreciated. It is, I meant and mean not to disparage the show of virtue even in the vitiated. It adds an outward grace unto their carriage, but to denounce the amphibious sort of harlot, couleur de rose, who is neither white nor scarlet. Such is your cold coquette, who can't say no, and won't say yes, and keeps you on and off on a lee shore, till it begins to blow. Then sees your heart wrecked, with an inward scoffing. This works a world of sentimental woe, and sends new worders yearly to their coffin. But yet is merely innocent flirtation. Not quite adultery, but adulteration. Ye gods, I grow a talker. Let us prate. The next of perils, though I place it sternest, is when, without regard to church or state, A wife makes or takes love in upright earnest. Abroad, such things decide few women's fate. Such, early traveller, is the truth thou learnest. But in old England, when a young bride heirs, poor thing, Eve's was a trifling case to hers. For T is a low, newspaper, humdrum, lawsuit country, where a young couple of the same ages can't form a friendship, but the world o'erruns it. A verdict, grievous foe to those who cause it, forms a sad climax to romantic homages. Besides those soothing speeches of the pleaders, and evidences which regale all readers. But they who blunder thus are raw beginners. A little genial sprinkling of hypocrisy has saved the fame of thousand splendid sinners. The loveliest oligarchs of our gynocracy. You may see such at all the balls and dinners. Among the proudest of our aristocracy. So gentle, charming, charitable, chaste. And all by having tact as well as taste. Juan, who did not stand in the predicament of a mere novice, had one safeguard more. For he was sick, no, T was not the word sick I meant. But he had seen so much love before, that he was not in heart so very weak. I meant. But thus much, and no sneer against the shore. Of white cliffs, white necks, blue eyes, bluer stockings. Tithes, taxes, duns, and doors with double knockings. But coming young from lands and scenes romantic. Where lives, not lawsuits, must be risked for passion. And passion's self must have a spice of frantic. Into a country where T is half a fashion. Seemed to him half commercial, half pedantic. How he might esteem this moral nation. Besides, alas! His taste, forgive and pity. At first he did not think the women pretty. I say at first, for he found out at last. But by degrees, that they were fairer far than the more glowing dames whose lot is cast beneath the influence of the eastern star. A further proof we should not judge in haste. Yet inexperience could not be his bar. To taste, the truth is, if men would confess that novelties please less than they impress. Though traveled, I have never had the luck to trace up those shuffling Negroes, Nile or Niger, to that impracticable place, Timbuktu, where geography finds no one to oblige her with such a chart as may be safely stuck to. For Europe plows in Africa like Boss Pigger. But if I had been at Timbuktu, there, no doubt I should be told that black is fair. It is. I will not swear that black is white. But I suspect in fact that white is black. And the whole matter rests upon eyesight. Ask a blind man, the best judge. ULL attack. Perhaps this new position, but I'm right. Or if I'm wrong, I'll not be ta'en aback. He hath no more nor night, but all is dark within, and what sayest thou? A dubious spark. But I'm relapsing into metaphysics. That labyrinth, whose clue is of the same construction as your cures for hectic tizzics. Those bright moths fluttering round a dying flame. And this reflection brings me to plain physics. And to the beauties of a foreign dame. Compared with those of our pure pearls of price. Those polar summers, all sun, and some ice. Or say they are like virtuous mermaids, whose beginnings are fair faces, ends mere fishes. Not that there is not a quantity of those who have a due respect for their own wishes. Like Russians rushing from hot baths to snows. Are they, at bottom virtuous even when vicious? They warm into a scrape, but keep of course. As a reserve, a plunge into remorse. But this has not to do with their outsides. I said that one did not think them pretty. At the first blush, for a fair Briton hides half her attractions, probably from pity. And rather calmly into the heart glides. Then storms it as a foe would take a city. But once there, if you doubt this, prithee try. She keeps it for you like a true ally. She cannot step as does an Arab barb, or Andalusian girl from mass returning, nor wear as gracefully as Gauls her garb, nor in her eye Ausonius glance is burning. Her voice, though sweet, is not so fit to warp. Lo those bravuras, which I still am learning to like, though I have been 7 years in Italy, and have, or had, an ear that served me prettily. She cannot do these things, nor one or two others, in that offhand and dashing style, which takes so much, to give the devil his due. Nor is she quite so ready with her smile, nor settles all things in one interview. A thing approved as saving time and toil. But though the soil may give you time and trouble, well cultivated, it will render double. And if in fact she takes to a grande passion, it is a very serious thing indeed. 9 times in 10 T is but caprice or fashion, coquetry, or a wish to take the lead, the pride of a mere child with a new sash on, or wish to make a rival's bosom bleed. But the 10th instance will be a tornado, for there's no saying what they will or may do. The reason's obvious, if there's an éclat, they lose their caste at once, as do the pariahs. And when the delicacies of the law have filled their papers with their comments various, society, that china without flaw, the hypocrite will banish them like Marius, to sit amidst the ruins of their guilt. For fame's a Carthage not so soon rebuilt. Perhaps this is as it should be. It is a comment on the Gospels, sin no more, and be thy sins forgiven, but upon this I leave the saints to settle their own score. Abroad, though doubtless they do much amiss, an erring woman finds an opener door for her return to virtue, as they cow that lady, who should be at home to all. For me, I leave the matter where I find it, knowing that such uneasy virtue leads people some 10 times less in fact to mind it, and care but for discoveries and not deeds. And as for chastity, you'll never bind it by all the laws the strictest lawyer pleads, but aggravate the crime you have not prevented, by rendering desperate those who had else repented. But Juan was no casuist, nor had pondered upon the moral lessons of mankind. Besides, he had not seen of several hundred a lady altogether to his mind. A little blasé, is not to be wondered at, that his heart had got a tougher rind. And though not vainer from his past success, no doubt his sensibilities were less. He also had been busy seeing sights. The Parliament and all the other houses had sat beneath the gallery at nights to hear debates whose thunder roused, not rouses, the world to gaze upon those northern lights, which flashed as far as where the musk bull browses. He had also stood at times behind the throne. But Grey was not arrived, and Chatham gone. He saw, however, at the closing session, that noble sight, when really free the nation, a king in constitutional possession of such a throne as is the proudest station, though despots know it not, till the progression of freedom shall complete their education. Is not mere splendor makes the show august. To eye or heart, it is the people's trust. There, too, he saw, whatever he may be now, a prince, the prince of princes at the time, with fascination in his very bow, and full of promise, as the spring of prime. Though royalty was written on his brow, he had then the grace, too, rare in every clime, of being, without alloy of fop or bow, a finished gentleman from top to toe. And Juan was received, as hath been said, into the best society, and there occurred what often happens, I'm afraid, however disciplined and debonair, the talent and good humor he displayed, besides the marked distinction of his air, exposed him, as was natural, to temptation. Even though himself avoided the occasion. But what, and where, with whom, and when, and why, is not to be put hastily together. And as my object is morality, whatever people say, I don't know whether I'll leave a single reader's eyelid dry, but harrow up his feelings till they wither, and hew out a huge monument of pathos, as Philip's son proposed to do with Athos. Here the 12th canto of our introduction ends. When the body of the book is begun, you'll find it of a different construction from what some people say T will be when done. The plan at present is simply in concoction. I can't oblige you, reader, to read on. That is your affair, not mine, a real spirit should neither court neglect, nor dread to bear it. And if my thunderbolt not always rattles, remember, reader, you have had before the worst of tempests and the best of battles, that e'er were brewed from elements or gore. Besides the most sublime of, heaven knows what else. An usurer could scarce expect much more. But my best canto, save one on astronomy, will turn upon political economy. That is your present theme for popularity. Now that the public hedge hath scarce a stake, it grows an act of patriotic charity, to show the people the best way to break my plan, but I, if but for singularity, reserve it, will be very sure to take. Meantime, read all the national debt sinkers, and tell me what you think of your great thinkers. Canto the 13th. I now mean to be serious, it is time. Since laughter nowadays is deemed too serious. A jest at vice by virtue is called a crime, and critically held as deleterious. Besides, the sad is a source of the sublime, although when long a little apt to weary us. And therefore shall my lay soar high and solemn, as an old temple dwindled to a column. The Lady Adeline Amundeville. 'Tis an old Norman name, and to be found in pedigrees, by those who wander still along the last fields of that Gothic ground. Was high-born, wealthy by her father's will, and beauteous, even where beauties most abound. In Britain, which of course true patriots find the goodliest soil of body and of mind. I'll not gainsay them, it is not my cue. I'll leave them to their taste, no doubt the best. An eye, an eye, and whether black or blue, is no great matter, so T is in request. T is nonsense to dispute about a hue. The kindest may be taken as a test. The fair sex should be always fair, and no man, till 30, should perceive there is a plain woman. And after that serene and somewhat dull epoch, that awkward corner turned for days more quiet, when our moon is no more at full, we may presume to criticize or praise, because indifference begins to lull our passions, and we walk in wisdom's ways. Also because the figure and the face hint, that T is time to give the younger place. I know that some would fain postpone this era, reluctant as all place men to resign their post. But theirs is merely a chimera, for they have passed life's equinoctial line. But then they have their claret and Madeira to irrigate the dryness of decline, and county meetings, and the Parliament, and debt, and what not, for their solace sent. And is there not religion, and reform, peace, war, the taxes, and what's called the nation? The struggle to be pilots in a storm, the landed and the moneyed speculation, the joys of mutual hate to keep them warm, instead of love, that mere hallucination. Now hatred is by far the longest pleasure. Men love in haste, but they detest at leisure. Rough Johnson, the great moralist, professed right honestly, he liked an honest hater. The only truth that yet has been confessed. within these latest 1,000 years or later. Perhaps the fine old fellow spoke in jest. For my part, I am but a mere spectator, and gaze where'er the palace or the hovel is, much in the mode of Goethe's Mephistopheles, but neither love nor hate in much excess, though was not once so. If I sneer sometimes, it is because I cannot well do less, and now and then it also suits my rhymes. I should be very willing to redress men's wrongs, and rather check than punish crimes, had not Cervantes, in that too true tale of Quixote, shown how all such efforts fail. Of all tales, is the saddest, and more sad, because it makes us smile, his hero's right, and still pursues the right, to curb the bad, his only object, and, gainst odds to fight. His guerdon, is his virtue makes him mad, but his adventures form a sorry sight. A sorrier still is the great moral taught by that real epic unto all who have thought, redressing injury, revenging wrong, to aid the damsel and destroy the caitiff, opposing singly the united strong, from foreign yoke to free the helpless native. Alas! Must noblest views, like an old song, be for mere fancy's sport a theme creative, a jest, a riddle, fame through thin and thick sought, and Socrates himself but wisdom's Quixote? Cervantes smiled Spain's chivalry away. A single laugh demolished the right arm of his own country. Seldom since that day has Spain had heroes, while romance could charm. The world gave ground before her bright array, and therefore have his volumes done such harm, that all their glory, as a composition, was dearly purchased by his land's perdition. I'm at my old loons, digression, and forget the Lady Adeline Amundeville, the fair most fatal Juan ever met, although she was not evil nor meant ill, but destiny and passion spread the net. Fate is a good excuse for our own will, and caught them, what do they not catch, methinks? But I'm not Oedipus, and life's a sphinx. I tell the tale as it is told, nor dare to venture a solution, Davis sum. And now I will proceed upon the pair. Sweet Adeline, amidst the gay world's hum, was the queen bee, the glass of all that's fair, whose charms made all men speak, and women dumb. The last a miracle, and such was reckoned, and since that time there has not been a second. Chaste was she, to detraction's desperation, and wedded unto one she had loved well, a man known in the councils of the nation, cool, and quite English, imperturbable, though apt to act with fire upon occasion, proud of himself and her, the world could tell not against either, and both seemed secure, she in her virtue, he in his hauteur. It chanced some diplomatical relations, arising out of business, often brought himself and Juan in their mutual stations into close contact, though reserved, nor caught by specious seeming. Juan's youth, and patience, and talent, on his haughty spirit wrought, and formed a basis of esteem, which ends in making men what courtesy calls friends. And thus Lord Henry, who was cautious as reserve and pride could make him, and full slow in judging men, when once his judgment was determined, right or wrong, on friend or foe, had all the pertinacity pride has, which knows no ebb to its imperious flow, and loves or hates, disdaining to be guided, because its own good pleasure hath decided his friendships, therefore, and no less aversions, though oft well founded, which confirmed but more his prepossessions, like the laws of Persians and Medes, would ne'er revoke what went before. His feelings had not those strange fits, like tertians, of common likings, which make some deplore what they should laugh at, the mere ague still of men's regard, the fever, or the chill. T is not in mortals to command success. But do you more, Sempronius, don't deserve it. And take my word, you won't have any less. Be wary, watch the time, and always serve it. Give gently way, when there's too great a press. And for your conscience, only learn to nerve it. For, like a racer, or a boxer training, T will make, if proved, vast efforts without paining. Lord Henry also liked to be superior. As most men do, the little or the great. The very lowest find out an inferior. At least they think so, to exert their state upon, for there are very few things wearier than solitary pride's oppressive weight, which mortals generously would divide, by bidding others carry while they ride. In birth, in rank, in fortune likewise equal. O'er one he could no distinction claim. In years he had the advantage of time's sequel. And, as he thought, in country much the same. Because bold Britons have a tongue and free quill, at which all modern nations vainly aim. And the Lord Henry was a great debater, so that few members kept the house up later. These were advantages, and then he thought it was his foible, but by no means sinister, that few or none more than himself had caught court mysteries, having been himself a minister. He liked to teach that which he had been taught, and greatly shone whenever there had been a stir, and reconciled all qualities which grace man. Always a patriot, and sometimes a placeman. He liked the gentle Spaniard for his gravity. He almost honored him for his docility, because, though young, he acquiesced with suavity, or contradicted but with proud humility. He knew the world, and would not see depravity in faults which sometimes show the soil's fertility, if that the weeds o'erlive not the first crop, for then they are very difficult to stop. And then he talked with him about Madrid, Constantinople, and such distant places, where people always did as they were bid, or did what they should not with foreign graces. Of coursers also spake they, Henry rid well, like most Englishmen, and loved the races. And Juan, like a true-born Andalusian, could back a horse, as despots ride a Russian. And thus acquaintance grew, at noble routs, and diplomatic dinners, or at other. For Juan stood well both with ins and outs, as in Freemasonry a higher brother. Upon his talent Henry had no doubts. His manner showed him sprung from a high mother. And all men like to show their hospitality to him whose breeding matches with his quality. At Square. For we will break no squares by naming streets, since men are so censorious, and apt to sow an author's wheat with tares, reaping illusions private and inglorious, where none were dreamt of, unto love's affairs, which were, or are to be notorious. That therefore do I previously declare. Lord Henry's mansion was in Square. Also there been another pious reason for making squares and streets anonymous, which is, that there is scarce a single season which doth not shake some very splendid house with some slight heartquake of domestic treason. A topic scandal doth delight to rouse. Such I might stumble over unawares, unless I knew the very chastest squares. T is true, I might have chosen Piccadilly, a place where peccadilloes are unknown. But I have motives, whether wise or silly, for letting that pure sanctuary alone. Therefore I name not square, street, place, until I find one where nothing naughty can be shown. A vestal shrine of innocence of heart. At Henry's mansion then, in Square, was one a recherché, welcome guest, as many other noble scions were, and some who had but talent for their crest, or wealth, which is a passport everywhere, or even mere fashion, which indeed is the best recommendation, and to be well dressed. will very often supersede the rest. And since there is safety in a multitude of counselors, as Solomon has said, or some one for him, in some sage, grave mood. Indeed we see the daily proof displayed. In senates, at the bar, in wordy feud. Where'er collective wisdom can parade. Which is the only cause that we can guess of Britain's present wealth and happiness. But as there is safety grafted in the number of counselors for men, thus for the sex, a large acquaintance lets not virtue slumber. Or should it shake, the choice will more perplex. Variety itself will more encumber. Midst many rocks we guard more against wrecks. And thus with women, howsoe'er it shocks some. Self-love, there is safety in a crowd of coxcombs. But Adeline had not the least occasion for such a shield, which leaves but little merit to virtue proper, or good education. Her chief resource was in her own high spirit, which judged mankind at their due estimation. And for coquetry, she disdained to wear it. Secure of admiration, its impression was faint, as of an everyday possession. To all she was polite without parade. To some she showed attention of that kind which flatters, but is flattery conveyed in such a sort as cannot leave behind a trace unworthy either wife or maid. A gentle, genial courtesy of mind to those who were, or passed for meritorious, just to console sad glory for being glorious, which is in all respects, save now and then, a dull and desolate appendage. Gaze upon the shades of those distinguished men, who were or are the puppet shows of praise, the praise of persecution. Gaze again on the most favored, and amidst the blaze of sunset halos o'er the laurel-browed, what can you recognize? A gilded cloud. There also was of course in Adeline that calm patrician polish in the address, which ne'er can pass the equinoctial line of anything which nature would express. Just as a mandarin finds nothing fine, at least his manner suffers not to guess that anything he views can greatly please. Perhaps we have borrowed this from the Chinese. Perhaps from Horace, his nil admirari was what he called the art of happiness. An art on which the artists greatly vary, and have not yet attained to much success. However, tea is expedient to be wary. Indifferent certes don't produce distress. And rash enthusiasm in good society were nothing but a moral inebriety. But Adeline was not indifferent, for now for a commonplace beneath the snow, as a volcano holds the lava more within, iti terra. Shall I go on? No. I hate to hunt down a tired metaphor. So let the often used volcano go. Poor thing! How frequently, by me and others, it hath been stirred up till its smoke quite smothers. I'll have another figure in a trice. What say you to a bottle of champagne, frozen into a very vinous ice, which leaves few drops of that immortal rain, yet in the very centre, past all price, about a liquid glassful will remain. And this is stronger than the strongest grape could e'er express in its expanded shape. Tea is the whole spirit brought to a quintessence. And thus the chilliest aspects may concenter a hidden nectar under a cold presence. And such are many, though I only meant her, from whom I now deduce these moral lessons, on which the muse has always sought to enter. And your cold people are beyond all price, when once you have broken their confounded ice. But after all they are a northwest passage unto the glowing India of the soul. And as the good ships sent upon that message have not exactly ascertained the pole, though Perry's efforts look a lucky presage, thus gentlemen may run upon a shoal. For if the pole is not open, but all frost, a chance still, tea is a voyage or vessel lost. And young beginners may as well commence with quiet cruising o'er the ocean woman, while those who are not beginners should have sense enough to make for port ere time shall summon with his grey signal flag. And the past tense, the dreary fwymus of all things human, must be declined, while life's thin thread s spun out between the gaping air and gnawing gout. But heaven must be diverted. Its diversion is sometimes truculent, but never mind. The world upon the whole is worth the assertion, if but for comfort, that all things are kind. And that same devilish doctrine of the Persian, of the two principles, but leaves behind as many doubts as any other doctrine, has ever puzzled faith withal, or yoked her in the English winter, ending in July, to recommence in August, now was done. T is the postilion's paradise, wheels fly on roads, east, south, north, west, there is a run. But for post horses who find sympathy, man's pity s for himself, or for his son, always premising that said son at college has not contracted much more debt than knowledge. The London winter s ended in July, sometimes a little later. I don't err in this, whatever other blunders lie upon my shoulders, here I must aver my muse a glass of weatherology. For Parliament is our barometer. Let radicals its other acts attack. Its sessions form our only almanac. When its quicksilver s down at zero, low coach, chariot, luggage, baggage, equipage, wheels whirl from Carlton Palace to Soho. And happiest they who horses can engage. The turnpikes glow with dust, and Rotten Row sleeps from the chivalry of this bright age. And tradesmen, with long bills and longer faces, sigh, as the postboys fasten on the traces. They and their bills, Arcadians both, are left to the Greek calends of another session. Alas! To them of ready cash bereft, what hope remains? Of hope the full possession, or generous draft, conceded as a gift, at a long date, till they can get a fresh one, hawked about at a discount, small or large. Also the solace of an overcharge. But these are trifles. Downward flies my lord, nodding beside my lady in his carriage. Away! Away! Fresh horses, are the word. And changed as quickly as hearts after marriage. The obsequious landlord hath the change restored. The postboys have no reason to disparage their fee, but ere the watered wheels may hiss hence, the ostler pleads too for a reminiscence. Tea is granted, and the valet mounts the dickey. That gentleman of lords and gentlemen, also my lady's gentlewoman, tricky, tricked out, but modest more than poet's pen can paint, cosi viagino iriki. Excuse a foreign slipslop now and then, if but to show I've travelled, and what's travel? Unless it teaches one to quote and cavil. The London winter and the country summer were well nigh over. Tea is perhaps a pity, when nature wears the gown that doth become her, to lose those best months in a sweaty city, and wait until the nightingale grows dumber, listening debates not very wise or witty, ere patriots their true country can remember. But there's no shooting, save grouse, till September. I've done with my tirade. The world was gone. The twice 2,000, for whom earth was made, were vanished to be what they call alone. That is, with 30 servants for parade. As many guests, or more, before whom groan. As many covers, duly, daily, laid. Let none accuse old England's hospitality. Its quantity is but condensed to quality. Lord Henry and the Lady Adeline departed like the rest of their compeers. The peerage, to a mansion very fine. The Gothic babble of 1,000 years. None than themselves could boast a longer line. Where time through heroes and through beauty steers. And oaks as olden as their pedigree. Told of their sires, a tomb in every tree. A paragraph in every paper told. Of their departure, such is modern fame. Is pity that it takes no farther hold than an advertisement, or much the same. When, ere the ink be dry, the sound grows cold. The Morning Post was foremost to proclaim departure, for his country seat, today. Lord H. Amundeville and Lady A. We understand the splendid host intends to entertain, this autumn, a select and numerous party of his noble friends, midst whom we have heard, from sources quite correct, with many more by rank and fashion decked. Also a foreigner of high condition, the envoy of the secret Russian mission. And thus we see, who doubts the Morning Post, whose articles are like the 39, which those most swear to who believe them most. Our gay Russ Spaniard was ordained to shine, decked by the rays reflected from his host, with those who, Pope says, greatly daring dine. Is odd, but true, last war the news abounded more with these dinners than the killed or wounded. As thus, on Thursday there was a grand dinner. Present, Lords A. B. C. Earls, Dukes, by name. Announced with no less pomp than victory's winner. Then underneath, and in the very same column, date, Falmouth. There has lately been here the Slapdash Regiment, so well known to fame, whose loss in the late action we regret. The vacancies are filled up, see Gazette. To Norman Abbey whirled the noble pair. An old monastery once, and now still older mansion, of a rich and rare mixed Gothic, such as artists all allow. Few specimens yet left us can compare. Withal, it lies perhaps a little low, because the monks preferred a hill behind to shelter their devotion from the wind. It stood embosomed in a happy valley, crowned by high woodlands where the druid oak stood like Caractacus in act to rally his host, with broad arms, gainst the thunderstroke. And from beneath his boughs were seen to sally the dappled foresters, as day awoke. The branching stag swept down with all his herd, to quaff a brook which murmured like a bird. Before the mansion lay a lucid lake, broad as transparent, deep, and freshly fed by a river, which its softened way did take. In currents through the calmer water spread. Around, the wildfowl nestled in the brake, and sedges brooding in their liquid bed. The woods sloped downwards to its brink, and stood with their green faces fixed upon the flood. Its outlet dashed into a deep cascade, sparkling with foam, until again subsiding. Its shriller echoes, like an infant maid, quiet, sank into softer ripples, gliding into a rivulet. And thus allayed, pursued its course, now gleaming, and now hiding its windings through the woods, now clear, now blue, according as the skies their shadows threw. A glorious remnant of the Gothic pile, while yet the church was Rome's, stood half apart in a grand arch, which once screened many an aisle. These last had disappeared, a loss to art. The first yet frowned superbly o'er the soil, and kindled feelings in the roughest heart, which mourned the power of times or tempests' march. In gazing on that venerable arch, within a niche, nigh to its pinnacle, 12 saints had once stood sanctified in stone. But these had fallen, not when the friars fell, but in the war which struck Charles from his throne, when each house was a fortalice, as tell the annals of full many a line undone. The gallant cavaliers, who fought in vain for those who knew not to resign or reign, but in a higher niche, alone, but crowned The Virgin Mother of the God-born child, with her Son in her blessed arms, looked round. Spared by some chance when all beside was spoiled, she made the earth below seem holy ground. This may be superstition, weak or wild, but even the faintest relics of a shrine of any worship wake some thoughts divine. A mighty window, hollow in the center, shorn of its glass of thousand colorings, through which the deepened glories once could enter, streaming from off the sun like seraphs' wings, now yawns all desolate, now loud, now fainter. The gale sweeps through its fretwork, and oft sings the owl his anthem, where the silenced choir lie with their hallelujahs quenched like fire. But in the noontide of the moon, and when the wind is winged from one point of heaven, there moans a strange unearthly sound, which then is musical, a dying accent driven through the huge arch, which soars and sinks again. Some deem it but the distant echo given back to the night wind by the waterfall, and harmonized by the old choral wall. Others, that some original shape, or form, shaped by decay perchance, hath given the power, though less than that of Memnon's statue, warm in Egypt's rays, to harp at a fixed hour to this grey ruin with a voice to charm. Sad, but serene, it sweeps o'er tree or tower. The cause I know not, nor can solve, but such the fact, I've heard it, once perhaps too much. Amidst the court a Gothic fountain played, symmetrical, but decked with carvings quaint, strange faces, like to men in masquerade. And here perhaps a monster, there a saint. The spring gushed through grim mouths of granite made, and sparkled into basins, where it spent its little torrent in 1,000 bubbles, like man's vain glory, and his vainer troubles. The mansion's self was vast and venerable, with more of the monastic than has been elsewhere preserved. The cloisters still were stable, the cells, too, and refectory, I ween. An exquisite small chapel had been able, still unimpaired, to decorate the scene. The rest had been reformed, replaced, or sunk, and spoke more of the baron than the monk. Huge halls, long galleries, spacious chambers, joined by no quite lawful marriage of the arts, might shock a connoisseur, but when combined, formed a whole which, irregular in parts, yet left a grand impression on the mind, at least of those whose eyes are in their hearts. We gaze upon a giant for his stature, nor judge at first if all be true to nature. Steel barons, molten the next generation, to silken rows of gay and gartered earls, glanced from the walls in goodly preservation, and Lady Marys blooming into girls, with fair long locks, had also kept their station, and countesses mature in robes and pearls. Also some beauties of Sir Peter Lely, whose drapery hints we may admire them freely. Judges in very formidable ermine were there, with brows that did not much invite the accused to think their lordships would determine his cause by leaning much from might to right. Bishops, who had not left a single sermon. Attorneys general, awful to the sight, as hinting more, unless our judgments warp us, of the Star Chamber than of habeas corpus. Generals, some all in armor, of the old and iron time, ere lead had ta'en the lead. Others in wigs of Marlborough's martial fold, huger than 12 of our degenerate breed. Lordlings, with staves of white or keys of gold. Nimrods, whose canvas scarce contained the steed. And here and there some stern high patriot stood, who could not get the place for which he sued. But ever and anon, to soothe your vision, fatigued with these hereditary glories, there rose a Carlo Dolce or a Titian, or wilder group of savage Salvators. Here danced Albano's boys, and here the sea shone in Vernay's ocean lights. And there the stories Of martyrs odd, as Spagnoletto tainted. His brush with all the blood of all the sainted. Here sweetly spread a landscape of Lorraine. There Rembrandt made his darkness equal light. Or gloomy Caravaggio's gloomier stain. Bronzed o'er some lean and stoic anchorite. But, lo! A Teniers woos, and not in vain. Your eyes to revel in a livelier sight. His bell-mouthed goblet makes me feel quite Danish. Or Dutch with thirst, what, ho! A flask of Rhenish. O reader! If that thou canst read, and know. T is not enough to spell, or even to read. To constitute a reader, there must go virtues of which both you and I have need. Firstly, begin with the beginning, though that clause is hard. And secondly, proceed. Thirdly, commence not with the end, or, sinning. In this sort, end at least with the beginning. But, reader, thou hast patient been of late. While I, without remorse of rhyme, or fear, have built and laid out ground at such a rate. Dan Phoebus takes me for an auctioneer. That poets were so from their earliest date. By Homer's catalogue of ships is clear. But a mere modern must be moderate. I spare you then the furniture and plate. The mellow autumn came, and with it came the promised party, to enjoy its sweets. The corn is cut, the manor full of game. The pointer ranges, and the sportsman beats. In russet jacket, lynx-like is his aim. Full grows his bag, and wonderful his feats. Ah, nut-brown partridges! Ah, brilliant pheasants! And ah, ye poachers, tea is no sport for peasants. An English autumn, though it hath no vines, blushing with back-chant coronals along the paths, o'er which the far festoon entwines. The red grape in the sunny lands of song hath yet a purchased choice of choicest wines. The claret light, and the Madeira strong. If Britain mourn her bleakness, we can tell her the very best of vineyards is the cellar. Then, if she hath not that serene decline which makes the southern autumn's day appear as if tea would to a second spring resign the season, rather than to winter drear. Of indoor comfort still she hath a mine. The sea-coal fires the earliest of the year. Without doors, too, she may compete in mellow. As what is lost in green is gained in yellow. And for the effeminate villeggiatura, rife with more horns than hounds, she hath the chase. So animated that it might allure saint from his beads to join the jocund race. Even Nimrod's self might leave the plains of Dura, and wear the Melton jacket for a space. If she hath no wild boars, she hath a tame preserve of boars, who ought to be made game. The noble guests, assembled at the abbey, consisted of, we give the sex the pas, the Duchess of Fitzfulke, the Countess Crabby, the Ladies Silly, Busey, Miss Eclat, Miss Bombazine, Miss Maxday, Miss O'Tabby, and Mrs. Rabbi, the rich banker's squaw. Also the Honorable Mrs. Sleep, who looked a white lamb, yet was a black sheep. With other countesses of blank, but rank. At once the lie and the elite of crowds, who pass like water filtered in a tank. All purged and pious from their native clouds. Or paper turned to money by the bank. No matter how or why, the passport shrouds the passé and the past. For good society is no less famed for tolerance than piety. That is, up to a certain point, which point forms the most difficult in punctuation. Appearances appear to form the joint on which it hinges in a higher station. And so that no explosion cry aroint. The, which, or each Medea has her Jason. Or, to the point with Horace and with Pulci. Omni tulit punctum, quae miscut udil dulci. I can't exactly trace their rule of right, which hath a little leaning to a lottery. I've seen a virtuous woman put down quite by the mere combination of a coterie. Also a so matron boldly fight her way back to the world by dint of plottery, and shine the very Syria of the spheres, escaping with a few slight, scarless sneers. I have seen more than I'll say, but we will see how our villeggiatura will get on. The party might consist of 33 of highest caste, the Brahmins of the ton. I have named a few, not foremost in degree, but ta'en at hazard as the rhyme may run. By way of sprinkling, scattered amongst these, there also were some Irish absentees. There was Paroles, too, the legal bully, who limits all his battles to the bar and Senate, when invited elsewhere. Truly, he shows more appetite for words than war. There was the young bard Rackrhyme, who had newly come out and glimmered as a 6-week star. There was Lord Pyro, too, the great freethinker, and Sir John Pottledeep, the mighty drinker. There was the Duke of Dash, who was a duke. Aye, every inch a duke. There were 12 peers, like Charlemagne's, and all such peers in look and intellect, that neither eyes nor ears for commoners had ever them mistook. There were the 6 Miss Rawbolds, pretty dears, all song and sentiment, whose hearts were set less on a convent than a coronet. There were 4 honourable misters, whose honour was more before their names than after. There was the preux Chevalier de la Ruse, whom France and fortune lately deigned to waft here, whose chiefly harmless talent was to amuse. But the clubs found it rather serious laughter, because, such was his magic power to please. The dice seemed charmed, too, with his repartees. There was Dick Dubious, the metaphysician, who loved philosophy and a good dinner. Engel, the soi-disant mathematician. Sir Henry Silvercup, the great race winner. There was the Reverend Rhodomont Precision, who did not hate so much the sin as sinner. And Lord Augustus Fitzplantagenet, good at all things, but better at a bet. There was Jack Jargon, the gigantic guardsman, and General Fireface, famous in the field, a great tactician, and no less a swordsman, who ate, last war, more Yankees than he killed. There was the waggish Welsh judge, Jeffreys Hardsman, in his grave office so completely skilled, that when a culprit came far condemnation, he had his judge's joke for consolation. Good company, a chessboard, there are kings, queens, bishops, knights, rooks, pawns, the world, a game. Save that the puppets pull at their own strings. Methinks gay punch hath something of the same. My muse, the butterfly hath but her wings, not stings, and flits through ether without aim, alighting rarely, were she but a hornet. Perhaps there might be vices which would mourn it. I had forgotten, but must not forget. An orator, the latest of the session, who had delivered well a very set smooth speech, his first and maidenly transgression. Upon debate, the papers echoed yet with his debut, which made a strong impression, and ranked with what is every day displayed, the best first speech that ever yet was made. Proud of his hear hymns, proud, too, of his vote, and lost virginity of oratory. Proud of his learning, just enough to quote. He revelled in his Ciceronian glory, with memory excellent to get by rote, with wit to hatch a pun or tell a story, graced with some merit, and with more effrontery. His country's pride, he came down to the country. There also were 2 wits by acclamation. Longbow from Ireland, Strongbow from the Tweed. Both lawyers and both men of education. But Strongbow's wit was of more polished breed. Longbow was rich in an imagination, as beautiful and bounding as a steed, but sometimes stumbling over a potato, while Strongbow's best things might have come from Cato. Strongbow was like a new-tuned harpsichord. But longbow wild as an Aeolian harp, with which the winds of heaven can claim accord, and make a music, whether flat or sharp. Of Strongbow's talk you would not change a word. At Longbow's phrases you might sometimes carp. Both wits, one born so, and the other bred. This by his heart, his rival by his head. If all these seem a heterogeneous mass, to be assembled at a country seat, yet think, a specimen of every class is better than a humdrum tete-a-tete. The days of comedy are gone, alas, when Congreve's fool could vie with Moliere's bet. Society is smoothed to that excess, that manners hardly differ more than dress. Our ridicules are kept in the background. Ridiculous enough, but also dull. Professions, too, are no more to be found. Professional, and there is not to cull. Of folly's fruit, for though your fools abound, they're barren, and not worth the pains to pull. Society is now one polished horde, formed of two mighty tribes, the boors and bored. But from being farmers, we turn gleaners, gleaning the scanty but right well threshed ears of truth. And, gentle reader, when you gather meaning, you may be Boaz, and I, modest Ruth. Farther I, quote, but Scripture intervening forbids. Its great impression in my youth was made by Mrs. Adams, where she cries that Scriptures out of church are blasphemies. But what can we glean in this vile age of chaff, although our gleanings be not grist? I must not quite omit the talking sage, Kit Kat, the famous conversationist, who, in his commonplace book, had a page prepared each morn for evenings. List, oh, list. Alas, poor ghost! What unexpected woes await those who have studied their bon mots. Firstly, they must allure the conversation by many windings to their clever clinch. And secondly, must let slip no occasion, nor abate, their hearers of an inch, but take an L, and make a great sensation, if possible. And thirdly, never flinch when some smart talker puts them to the test, but seize the last word, which no doubt is the best. Lord Henry and his lady were the hosts. The party we have touched on were the guests. Their table was a board to tempt even ghosts to pass the sticks for more substantial feasts. I will not dwell upon ragouts or roasts, albeit all human history attests that happiness for man, the hungry sinner. Since Eve ate apples, much depends on dinner. Witness the lands which, flowed with milk and honey, held out unto the hungry Israelites. To this we have added since, the love of money, the only sort of pleasure which requites. Youth fades, and leaves our days no longer sunny. We tire of mistresses and parasites. But oh, ambrosial cash! Ah! Who would lose thee? When we no more can use, or even abuse thee. The gentlemen got up betimes to shoot or hunt, the young, because they liked the sport. The first thing boys like after play and fruit. The middle-aged to make the day more short. For ennui is a growth of English root. Though nameless in our language, we retort the fact for words, and let the French translate that awful yawn which sleep cannot abate. The elderly walked through the library, and tumbled books, or criticized the pictures, or sauntered through the gardens piteously, and made upon the hothouse several strictures, or rode a nag which trotted not too high, or on the morning papers read their lectures, or on the watch their longing eyes would fix, longing at 60 for the hour of 6. But none were, Jean, the great hour of union was rung by dinner's knell, till then all were masters of their own time, or in communion, or solitary, as they chose to bear the hours, which how to pass is but to few known. Each rose up at his own, and had to spare what time he chose for dress, and broke his fast. When, where, and how he chose for that repast. The ladies, some rouged, some a little pale, met the morn as they might. If fine, they rode, or walked. If foul, they read, or told a tale, sung, or rehearsed the last dance from abroad, discussed the fashion which might next prevail, and settled bonnets by the newest code, or crammed 12 sheets into one little letter, to make each correspondent a new debtor. For some had absent lovers, all had friends. The earth has nothing like a she epistle, and hardly heaven, because it never ends. I love the mystery of a female missile, which, like a creed, ne'er says all it intends, but full of cunning as Ulysses' whistle. When he allured poor Dolan, you had better take care what you reply to such a letter. Then there were billiards, cards, too, but no dice. Save in the clubs no man of honor plays. Boats when tea was water, skating when tea was ice. And the hard frost destroyed the scenting days. And angling, too, that solitary vice. Whatever Isaac Walton sings or says. The quaint, old, cruel coxcomb, in his gullet, should have a hook, and a small trout to pull it. With evening came the banquet and the wine, the conversazione, the duet, attuned by voices more or less divine. My heart or head aches with the memory yet. The 4 Miss Rawbolds in a glee would shine, but the 2 youngest loved more to be set down to the harp, because to music's charms they added graceful necks, white hands and arms. Sometimes a dance, though rarely on field days. For then the gentlemen were rather tired. Displayed some sylph-like figures in its maze. Then there was small talk ready when required. Flirtation, but decorous. The mere praise of charms that should or should not be admired. The hunters fought their fox hunt o'er again, and then retreated soberly, at 10. The politicians, in a nook apart, discussed the world, and settled all the spheres. The wits watched every loophole for their art, to introduce a bon mot head and ears, small as the rest of those who would be smart. A moment's good thing may have cost them years, before they find an hour to introduce it. And then, even then, some bore may make them lose it. But all was gentle and aristocratic. In this our party, polished, smooth, and cold, as Phidian forms cut out of marble attic. There now are no squire westerns as of old, and our Sophias are not so emphatic, but fair as then, or fairer to behold. We have no accomplished blackguards, like Tom Jones, but gentlemen in stays, as stiff as stones. They separated at an early hour, that is, ere midnight, which is London's noon. But in the country ladies seek their bower a little earlier than the waning moon. Peace to the slumbers of each folded flower. May the rose call back its true color soon. Good hours of fair cheeks are the fairest tinters, and lower the price of rouge, at least some winters. Canto the 14th. If from great natures or our own abyss of thought we could but snatch a certainty, perhaps mankind might find the path they miss. But then, tea would spoil much good philosophy. One system eats another up, and this, much as old Saturn ate his progeny. For when his pious consort gave him stones, in lieu of sons, of these he made no bones. But system doth reverse the Titan's breakfast, and eats her parents, albeit the digestion is difficult. Pray tell me, can you make fast? After due search, your faith to any question. Look back o'er ages, ere unto the stake fast you bind yourself, and call some mode the best one. Nothing more true than not to trust your senses. And yet what are your other evidences? For me, I know not. Nothing I deny. Admit, reject, contemn, and what know you? Except perhaps that you were born to die. And both may after all turn out untrue. An age may come, font of eternity, when nothing shall be either old or new. Death, so called, is a thing which makes men weep. And yet a third of life is passed in sleep. A sleep without dreams, after a rough day of toil, is what we covet most, and yet how clay shrinks back from more quiescent clay. The very suicide that pays his debt at once without installments, an old way of paying debts, which creditors regret, lets out impatiently his rushing breath, less from disgust of life than dread of death. T is round him, near him, here, there, everywhere. And there is a courage which grows out of fear, perhaps of all most desperate, which will dare the worst to know it, when the mountains rear their peaks beneath your human foot, and there you look down o'er the precipice, and drear the gulf of rock yawns, you can't gaze a minute without an awful wish to plunge within it. T is true, you don't, but, pale and struck with terror, retire, but look into your past impression, and you will find, though shuddering at the mirror of your own thoughts, in all their self-confession, the lurking bias, be it truth or error, to the unknown, a secret prepossession, to plunge with all your fears, but where? You know not. And that's the reason why you do, or do not. But what's this to the purpose? You will say. Gent. Reader, nothing, a mere speculation. For which my sole excuse is, T is my way. Sometimes with and sometimes without occasion. I write what's uppermost, without delay. This narrative is not meant for narration, but a mere airy and fantastic basis, to build up common things with commonplaces. You know, or don't know, that great Bacon saith, fling up a straw, T will show the way the wind blows. And such a straw, borne on by human breath, is poesy, according as the mind glows. A paper kite which flies, twixt life and death. A shadow which the onward soul behind throws. And mine, a bubble, not blown up for praise, but just to play with, as an infant plays. The world is all before me, or behind. For I have seen a portion of that same, and quite enough for me to keep in mind. Of passions, too, I have proved enough to blame, to the great pleasure of our friends, mankind, who like to mix some slight alloy with fame. For I was rather famous in my time, until I fairly knocked it up with rhyme. I have brought this world about my ears, and eke the other. That is to say, the clergy, who upon my head have bid their thunders break, in pious libels by no means a few. And yet I can't help scribbling once a week, tiring old readers, nor discovering new. In youth I wrote because my mind was full, and now because I feel it growing dull. But, why then publish? There are no rewards of fame or profit when the world grows weary. I ask in turn, why do you play at cards? Why drink? Why read? To make some hour less dreary. It occupies me to turn back regards on what I've seen or pondered, sad or cheery. And what I write I cast upon the stream. To swim or sink, I have had at least my dream. I think that were I certain of success, I hardly could compose another line. So long I've battled either more or less, that no defeat can drive me from the nine. This feeling, T, is not easy to express. And yet, T is not affected, I opine. In play, there are two pleasures for your choosing. The one is winning, and the other losing. Besides, my muse by no means deals in fiction. She gathers a repertory of facts. Of course with some reserve and slight restriction. But mostly sings of human things and acts. And that S1 'cause she meets with contradiction. For too much truth, at first sight, ne'er attracts. And were her object only what's called glory, with more ease too she'd tell a different story. Love, war, a tempest, surely there's variety. Also a seasoning slight of lucubration. A bird's eye view, too, of that wild society. A slight glance thrown on men of every station. If you have not else, here's at least satiety. Both in performance and in preparation. And though these lines should only line portmanteaus, trade will be all the better for these cantos. The portion of this world which I at present have taken up to fill the following sermon is one of which there's no description recent. The reason why is easy to determine. Although it seems both prominent and pleasant, there is a sameness in its gems and ermine. A dull and family likeness through all ages. Of no great promise for poetic pages. With much to excite, there's little to exalt. Nothing that speaks to all men and all times. A sort of varnish over every fault. A kind of commonplace, even in their crimes. Factitious passions, wit without much salt. A want of that true nature which sublimes whatever it shows with truth, a smooth monotony of character, in those at least who have got any. Sometimes, indeed, like soldiers off parade, they break their ranks and gladly leave the drill. But then the roll call draws them back afraid. And they must be or seem what they were, still. Doubtless it is a brilliant masquerade. But when of the first sight you have had your fill, it palls, at least it did so upon me. This paradise of pleasure and ennui. When we have made our love, and gamed our gaming. Drayest, voted, shown, and, maybe, something more. With dandies dined, heard senators declaiming. Seen beauties brought to market by the score. Sad rakes to sadder husbands chastely taming. There's little left but to be bored or bore. Witness those ci-devant June's homs who stem the stream, nor leave the world which leaveth them. Is said, indeed a general complaint, that no one has succeeded in describing the monde, exactly as they ought to paint. Some say, that authors only snatch, by bribing the porter, some slight scandals strange and quaint, to furnish matter for their moral gibing. And that their books have but one style in common. My lady's prattle, filtered through her woman. But this can't well be true, just now. For writers are grown of the beau monde a part potential. I've seen them balance even the scale with fighters. Especially when young, for that's essential. Why do their sketches fail them as indictors of what they deem themselves most consequential? The real portrait of the highest tribe is that, in fact, there's little to describe. Haud ignara locker. These are nugi, quarum. Pars parva fui, but still art and part. Now I could much more easily sketch a harem, a battle, wreck, or history of the heart, than these things. And besides, I wish to spare for reasons which I choose to keep apart. Vetabo sereris sacrum ca vulgarit. Which means that vulgar people must not share it. And therefore what I throw off is ideal. Lowered, leavened, like a history of Freemasons. Which bears the same relation to the real, as Captain Perry's voyage may do to Jason's. The grand arcanum s not for men to see all. My music has some mystic diapasons. And there is much which could not be appreciated in any manner by the uninitiated. Alas! Worlds fall, and woman, since she felled the world, as, since that history less polite than true, hath been a creed so strictly held, has not yet given up the practice quite. Poor thing of usages! Coerced, compelled. Victim when wrong, and martyr oft when right. Condemned to childbed, as men for their sins have shaving too entailed upon their chins. A daily plague, which in the aggregate may average on the whole with parturition. But as to women, who can penetrate the real sufferings of their she condition, man's very sympathy with their estate has much of selfishness, and more suspicion. Their love, their virtue, beauty, education, but form good housekeepers, to breed a nation. All this were very well, and can't be better. But even this is difficult, heaven knows. So many troubles from her birth beset her. Such small distinction between friends and foes. The gilding wears so soon from off her fetter, that, but ask any woman if she'd choose. Take her at 30. That is, to have been female or male, a schoolboy or a queen. Petticoat influence is a great reproach, which even those who obey would fain be thought to fly from, as from hungry pikes a roach. But since beneath it upon earth we are brought by various joltings of life's hackney coach, I for one venerate a petticoat, a garment of a mystical sublimity, no matter whether russet, silk, or dimity. Much I respect, and much I have adored, in my young days, that chaste and goodly veil, which holds a treasure, like a miser's hoard, and more attracts by all it doth conceal. A golden scabbard on a damask sword, a loving letter with a mystic seal, a cure for grief, for what can ever rankle before a petticoat and peeping ankle? And when upon a silent, sullen day, with a sirocco, for example, blowing, when even the sea looks dim with all its spray, and sulkily the river's ripple is flowing, and the sky shows that very ancient gray, the sober, sad antithesis to glowing. Tea is pleasant, if then anything is pleasant, to catch a glimpse even of a pretty peasant. We left our heroes and our heroines in that fair clime which don't depend on climate, quite independent of the zodiac signs, though certainly more difficult to rhyme at, because the sun, and stars, and aught that shines, mountains, and all we can be most sublime at, are there oft dull and dreary as a dun. Whether a sky's or tradesman's is all one. An indoor life is less poetical, and out of door hath showers, and mists, and sleet, with which I could not brew a pastoral. But be it as it may, a bard must meet all difficulties, whether great or small, to spoil his undertaking or complete, and work away like spirit upon matter, embarrassed somewhat both with fire and water. Juan, in this respect, at least, like saints, was all things unto people of all sorts, and lived contentedly, without complaints, in camps, in ships, in cottages, or courts, born with that happy soul which seldom faints, and mingling modestly in toils or sports. He likewise could be most things to all women, without the coxcombry of certain she men. A fox hunt to a foreigner is strange. Tea is also subject to the double danger of tumbling first, and having in exchange some pleasant jesting at the awkward stranger. But Juan had been early taught to range the wilds, as doth an Arab turned avenger, so that his horse, or charger, hunter, hack, knew that he had a rider on his back. And now in this new field, with some applause, he cleared hedge, ditch, and double post, and rail, and never craned, and made but few faux pas, and only fretted when the scent gone fail. He broke, 'tis true, some statutes of the laws of hunting, for the sagest youth is frail. Rode o'er the hounds, it may be, now and then, and once o'er several country gentlemen. But on the whole, to general admiration, he acquitted both himself and horse. The squires marvelled at merit of another nation. The boors cried, dang it! Who d have thought it? Sires, The nesters of the sporting generation swore praises, and recalled their former fires. The huntsman's self relented to a grin, and rated him almost a whipper-in. Such were his trophies, not of spear and shield, but leaps, and bursts, and sometimes foxes' brushes. Yet I must own, although in this I yield to patriot sympathy of Britain's blushes. He thought at heart like courtly Chesterfield, who, after a long chase o'er hills, dales, bushes, and what not, though he rode beyond all price, asked next day if men ever hunted twice. He also had a quality uncommon to early risers after a long chase, who wake in winter ere the cock can summon December's drowsy day to his dull race. A quality agreeable to woman, when her soft, liquid words run on apace. Who likes a listener, whether saint or sinner. He did not fall asleep just after dinner, but, light and airy, stood on the alert, and shone in the best part of dialogue, by humoring always what they might assert, and listening to the topics most in vogue. Now grave, now gay, but never dull or pert, and smiling but in secret, cunning rogue. He ne'er presumed to make an error clearer. In short, there never was a better hearer. And then he danced, all foreigners excel the serious angles in the eloquence of pantomime. He danced, I say, right well, with emphasis, and also with good sense, a thing in footing indispensable. He danced without theatrical pretense, not like a ballet master in the van of his drilled nymphs, but like a gentleman. Chaste were his steps, each kept within due bound, and elegance was sprinkled o'er his figure. Like swift Camilla, he scarce schemed the ground, and rather held in than put forth his vigor. And then he had an ear for music's sound, which might defy a crotchet critic's rigor. Such classic pas, sans flaws, set off our hero. He glanced like a personified bolero, or, like a flying hour before aurora, in Guido's famous fresco, which alone is worth a tour to Rome, although no more a remnant were there of the old world's sole throne. The tout ensemble of his movements wore a grace of the soft ideal, seldom shown, and ne'er to be described, for to the dolour of bards and prosers, words are void of colour. No marvel then he was a favourite, a full-grown Cupid, very much admired, a little spoilt, but by no means so quite. At least he kept his vanity retired. Such was his tact, he could alike delight the chaste, and those who are not so much inspired. The Duchess of Fitzfulke, who loved tracasserie, began to treat him with some small agacery. She was a fine and somewhat full-blown blonde, desirable, distinguished, celebrated for several winters in the grand monde. I'd rather not say what might be related of her exploits, for this were ticklish ground. Besides, there might be falsehood in what stated. Her late performance had been a dead set at Lord Augustus Fitzplantagenet. This noble personage began to look a little black upon this new flirtation. But such small licenses must lovers brook, mere freedoms of the female corporation. Woe to the man who ventures a rebuke. Will but precipitate a situation extremely disagreeable, but common to calculators when they count on woman. The circle smiled, then whispered, and then sneered. The misses bridled, and the matrons frowned. Some hoped things might not turn out as they feared. Some would not deem such women could be found. Some ne'er believed one half of what they heard. Some looked perplexed, and others looked profound. And several pitied with sincere regret poor Lord Augustus Fitzplantagenet. But what is odd, none ever named the Duke, who, one might think, was something in the affair. True, he was absent, and, tea was rumoured, took But small concern about the when, or where. Or what his consort did, if he could brook her gaieties, none had a right to stare. Theirs was that best of unions, past all doubt, which never meets, and therefore can't fall out. But, oh, that I should ever pen so sad a line. Fired with an abstract love of virtue, she, my Dian of the Ephesians, Lady Adeline, began to think the Duchess' conduct free, regretting much that she had chosen so bad a line, and waxing chiller in her courtesy, looked grave and pale to see her friend's fragility, for which most friends reserve their sensibility. There is not in this bad world like sympathy. Tea is so becoming to the soul and face, sets to soft music the harmonious sigh, and robes sweet friendship in a Brussels lace. Without a friend, what were humanity? To hunt our errors up with a good grace, consoling us with, would you had thought twice? Ah, if you had but followed my advice. Oh Job! You had two friends, one's quite enough. Especially when we are ill at ease. They are but bad pilots when the weather's rough. Doctors less famous for their cures than fees. Let no man grumble when his friends fall off, as they will do like leaves at the first breeze. When your affairs come round, one way or t'other, go to the coffee house, and take another. But this is not my maxim, had it been, some heartaches had been spared me, yet I care not. I would not be a tortoise in his screen of stubborn shell, which waves and weather wear not. Tea is better on the whole to have felt and seen that which humanity may bear, or bear not. Tea will teach discernment to the sensitive, and not to pour their ocean in a sieve. Of all the horrid, hideous notes of woe, sadder than owl songs or the midnight blast, is that portentous phrase, I told you so, uttered by friends, those prophets of the past, who, stead of saying what you now should do, own they foresaw that you would fall at last, and solace your slight lapse gainst bonos mores with a long memorandum of old stories. The Lady Adeline's serene severity was not confined to feeling for her friend, whose fame she rather doubted with posterity, unless her habits should begin to mend. But one also shared in her austerity, but mixed with pity, pure as air was penned. His inexperience moved her gentle ruth, and, as her junior by 6 weeks, his youth. These 40 days advantage of her years, and hers were those which can face calculation, boldly referring to the list of peers, and noble births, nor dread the enumeration, gave her a right to have maternal fears, for a young gentleman's fit education, though she was far from that leap year, whose leap, in female dates, strikes time all of a heap. This may be fixed at somewhere before 30. Say 27, for I never knew the strictest in chronology and virtue advance beyond, while they could pass for new. O time! Why dost not pause? Thy scythe, so dirty with rust, should surely cease to hack and reset it, shave more smoothly, also slower, if but to keep thy credit as a mower. But Adeline was far from that ripe age, whose ripeness is but bitter at the best. Tea was rather her experience made her sage, for she had seen the world and stood its test. As I have said in, I forget what page, my muse despises reference, as you have guessed. By this time, but strike 6 from 27, and you will find her sum of years in plenty. At 16 she came out, presented, vaunted. She put all coronets into commotion. At 17, too, the world was still enchanted with the new Venus of their brilliant ocean. At 18, though below her feet still panted a hecatomb of suitors with devotion, she had consented to create again That Adam, called the happiest of men. Since then she had sparkled through 3 glowing winters. Admired, adored. But also so correct. That she had puzzled all the acutest hinters. Without the apparel of being circumspect. They could not even glean the slightest splinters. From off the marble, which had no defect. She had also snatched a moment since her marriage. To bear a son and heir, and 1 miscarriage. Fondly the wheeling fireflies flew around her. Those little glitterers of the London night. But none of these possessed a sting to wound her. She was a pitch beyond a coxcomb's flight. Perhaps she wished an aspirant profounder. But whatsoe'er she wished, she acted right. And whether coldness, pride, or virtue dignify. A woman, so she's good, what does it signify? I hate a motive, like a lingering bottle. Which with the landlord makes too long a stand. Leaving all claretless the unmoistened throttle. Especially with politics on hand. I hate it, as I hate a drove of cattle. Who whirl the dust as simoons whirl the sand. I hate it, as I hate an argument. A laureate's ode, or servile peer's content. Is sad to hack into the roots of things. They are so much intertwisted with the earth. So that the branch a goodly verdure flings. I reck not if an acorn gave it birth. To trace all actions to their secret springs. Would make indeed some melancholy mirth. But this is not at present my concern. And I refer you to wise Oxenstiern. With the kind view of saving an eclat. Both to the Duchess and diplomatist. The Lady Adeline. As soon as she saw. That one was unlikely to resist. For foreigners don't know that a faux pas. In England ranks quite on a different list. From those of other lands unblessed with juries. Whose verdict for such sin a certain cure is. The Lady Adeline resolved to take. Such measures as she thought might best impede. The farther progress of this sad mistake. She thought with some simplicity indeed. But innocence is bold even at the stake. And simple in the world, and doth not need. Nor use those palisades by dames erected. Whose virtue lies in never being detected. It was not that she feared the very worst. His Grace was an enduring, married man. And was not likely all at once to burst. Into a scene. And swell the client's clan. Of Doctors' Commons, but she dreaded first. The magic of her Grace's talisman. And next a quarrel, as he seemed to fret. With Lord Augustus Fitzplantagenet. Her Grace, too, passed for being an intrigante. And somewhat machanty in her amorous sphere. One of those pretty, precious plagues, which haunt. A lover with caprices soft and dear. That like to make a quarrel, when they can't. Find one, each day of the delightful year. Bewitching, torturing, as they freeze or glow. And, what is worst of all, won't let you go. The sort of thing to turn a young man's head. Or make a worter of him in the end. No wonder then a purer soul should dread. This sort of chaste liaison for a friend. It were much better to be wed or dead. Than where a heart a woman loves to rend. Is best to pause, and think, ere you rush on. If that of bonne fortune be really bonne. And first, in the o'erflowing of her heart. Which really knew or thought it knew no guile. She called her husband now and then apart. And bade him counsel one. With a smile. Lord Henry heard her plans of artless art. To wean Don Juan from the siren's wile. And answered, like a statesman or a prophet. In such guise that she could make nothing of it. Firstly, he said, he never interfered. In anybody's business but the king's. Next, that, he never judged from what appeared. Without strong reason, of those sort of things. Thirdly, that Juan had more brain than beard. And was not to be held in leading strings. And fourthly, what need hardly be said twice. That good but rarely came from good advice. And, therefore, doubtless to approve the truth of the last axiom, he advised his spouse to leave the parties to themselves, forsooth. At least as far as bienseance allows. That time would temper Juan's faults of youth. That young men rarely made monastic vows. That opposition only more attaches. But here a messenger brought in dispatches. And being of the council called, the privy, Lord Henry walked into his cabinet. To furnish matter for some future levy. To tell how he reduced the nation's debt. And if their full contents I do not give ye, it is because I do not know them yet. But I shall add them in a brief appendix, to come between mine epic and its index. But ere he went, he added a slight hint. Another gentle commonplace or two, such as are coined in conversation's mint, and pass, for want of better, though not new. Then broke his packet, to see what was in tea. And having casually glanced it through, retired. And, as went out, calmly kissed her. Less like a young wife than an aged sister. He was a cold, good, honorable man. Proud of his birth, and proud of everything. A goodly spirit for a state divan. A figure fit to walk before a king. Tall, stately, formed to lead the courtly van. On birthdays, glorious with a star and string. The very model of a chamberlain. And such I mean to make him when I reign. But there was something wanting on the whole. I don't know what, and therefore cannot tell. Which pretty women, the sweet souls, call soul. Certes it was not body. He was well proportioned, as a poplar or a pole. A handsome man, that human miracle. And in each circumstance of love or war, had still preserved his perpendicular. Still there was something wanting, as I've said. That undefinable, je ne sais quoi. Which, for what I know, may of your have led to Homer's Iliad, since it drew to Troy. The Greek Eve, Helen, from the Spartan's bed. Though on the whole, no doubt, the Dardan boy was much inferior to King Menelaus. But thus it is some women will betray us. There is an awkward thing which much perplexes. Unless likewise Tiresias we had proved by turns the difference of the several sexes. Neither can show quite how they would be loved. The sensual for a short time but connects us. The sentimental boasts to be unmoved. But both together form a kind of centaur, upon whose back tea is better not to venture. A something all sufficient for the heart is that for which the sex are always seeking. But how to fill up that same vacant part? There lies the rub, and this they are but weak in. Frail mariners afloat without a chart. They run before the wind through high seas breaking. And when they have made the shore through every shock, tea is odd, or odds, it may turn out a rock. There is a flower called love in idleness, for which see Shakespeare's ever-blooming garden. I will not make his great description less, and beg his British godship's humble pardon, if in my extremity of rhyme's distress I touch a single leaf where he is warden. But though the flower is different, with the French or Swiss Rousseau, cry, voilà la pervenche. Eureka! I have found it. What I mean to say is, not that love is idleness, but that in love such idleness has been an accessory, as I have cause to guess. Hard labors an indifferent go-between. Your men of business are not apt to express much passion, since the merchant ship, the Argo, conveyed Medea as her supercargo. Beatus au Procol, from Negotius. Saith Horace, the great little poet, s. wrong. His other maxim, Nociter associes, is much more to the purpose of his song. Though even that were sometimes too ferocious, unless good company be kept too long. But, in his teeth, whatever their state or station, Thrice happy they who have an occupation. Adam exchanged his paradise for plowing. Eve made up millinery with fig leaves. The earliest knowledge from the tree so knowing. As far as I know, that the church receives. And since that time it need not cost much showing. That many of the ills o'er which man grieves. And still more women, spring from not employing some hours to make the remnant worth enjoying. And hence high life is oft a dreary void. A rack of pleasures, where we must invent a something wherewithal to be annoyed. Bards may sing what they please about content. Contented, when translated, means but cloyed. And hence arise the woes of sentiment. Blue devils, and blue stockings, and romances. Reduced to practice, and performed like dances. I do declare, upon an affidavit. Romances I ne'er read like those I have seen. Nor, if unto the world I ever gave it, would some believe that such a tale had been. But such intent I never had, nor have it. Some truths are better kept behind a screen. Especially when they would look like lies. I therefore deal in generalities. An oyster may be crossed in love, and why? Because he mopeth idly in his shell. And heaves a lonely subterraqueous sigh. Much as a monk may do within his cell. And apropos of monks, their piety. With sloth hath found it difficult to dwell. Those vegetables of the Catholic creed are apt exceedingly to run to seed. O Wilberforce! Thou man of black renown! Whose merit none enough can sing or say. Thou hast struck one immense colossus down. Thou moral Washington of Africa. But there's another little thing, I own, which you should perpetrate some summer's day. And set the other halt of earth to rights. You have freed the blacks, now pray shut up the whites. Shut up the bald coot bully Alexander. Ship off the holy three to Senegal. Teach them that sauce for goose is sauce for gander. And ask them how they like to be in thrall. Shut up each high heroic salamander. Who eats fire gratis, since the pay but small. Shut up, no, not the king, but the pavilion. Or else tea will cost us all another million. Shut up the world at large, let bedlam out. And you will be perhaps surprised to find all things pursue exactly the same route. As now with those of soi-disant sound mind. This I could prove beyond a single doubt. Were there a jot of sense among mankind. But till that point depuis is found, alas. Like Archimedes, I leave earth as T was. Our gentle Adeline had one defect. Her heart was vacant, though a splendid mansion. Her conduct had been perfectly correct. As she had seen not claiming its expansion. A wavering spirit may be easier wrecked. Because T is frilier, doubtless, than a stanch one. But when the latter works its own undoing. Its inner crash is like an earthquake's ruin. She loved her Lord, or thought so. But that love cost her an effort, which is a sad toil. The stone of Sisyphus, if once we move our feelings gainst the nature of the soil. She had nothing to complain of, or reprove. No bickerings, no connubial turmoil. Their union was a model to behold. Serene and noble, conjugal, but cold. There was no great disparity of years. Though much in temper. But they never clashed. They moved like stars united in their spheres. Or like the Rhone by Leman's waters washed. Where mingled and yet separate appears the river from the lake, all bluely dashed. Through the serene and placid glassy deep. Which fain would lull its river child to sleep. Now when she once had ta'en an interest. In anything, however she might flatter herself that her intentions were the best. Intense intentions are a dangerous matter. Impressions were much stronger than she guessed. And gathered as they run like growing water. Upon her mind. The more so, as her breast Was not at first too readily impressed. But when it was, she had that lurking demon of double nature, and thus doubly named firmness yclept in heroes, kings, and seamen. That is, when they succeed. But greatly blamed. As obstinacy, both in men and women. Whene'er their triumph pales, or star is tamed. And will perplex the casuist in morality. To fix the due bounds of this dangerous quality. Had Bonaparte won at Waterloo, it had been firmness, now is pertinacity. Must the event decide between the two? I leave it to your people of sagacity to draw the line between the false and true, if such can e'er be drawn by man's capacity. My business is with Lady Adeline, who in her way too was a heroine. She knew not her own heart. Then how should I? I think not she was then in love with Juan. If so, she would have had the strength to fly. The wild sensation, unto her a new one. She merely felt a common sympathy. I will not say it was a false or true one. In him. Because she thought he was in danger. Her husband's friend, her own, young, and a stranger. She was, or thought she was, his friend, and this. Without the farce of friendship, or romance. Of platonism. Which leads so oft amiss. Ladies who have studied friendship but in France. Or Germany, where people purely kiss. To thus much Adeline would not advance. But of such friendship as man's may to man be. She was as capable as woman can be. No doubt the secret influence of the sex will there, as also in the ties of blood, an innocent predominance annex, and tune the concord to a finer mood. If free from passion, which all friendship checks, and your true feelings fully understood, no friend like to a woman earth discovers. So that you have not been nor will be lovers. Love bears within its breast the very germ of change. And how should this be otherwise? That violent things more quickly find a term is shown through nature's whole analogies. And how should the most fierce of all be firm? Would you have endless lightning in the skies? Methinks love's very title says enough. How should the tender passion e'er be tough? Alas! By all experience, seldom yet. I merely quote what I have heard from many. Had lovers not some reason to regret the passion which made Solomon a zany? I've also seen some wives, not to forget the marriage state, the best or worst of any, who were the very paragons of wives, yet made the misery of at least 2 lives. I've also seen some female friends, is odd, but true, as, if expedient, I could prove that faithful were through thick and thin, abroad. At home, far more than ever yet was love, who did not quit me when oppression trod upon me, whom no scandal could remove, who fought, and fight, in absence, too, my battles, despite the snake society's loud rattles. Whether Don Juan and chaste Adeline grew friends in this or any other sense, will be discussed hereafter, I opine. At present I am glad of a pretense to leave them hovering, as the effect is fine, and keeps the atrocious reader in suspense. The surest way for ladies and for books to bait their tender, or their tenter, hooks. Whether they rode, or walked, or studied Spanish. To read Don Quixote in the original. A pleasure before which all others vanish. Whether their talk was of the kind called small, or serious, are the topics I must banish. To the next canto, where perhaps I shall say something to the purpose, and display considerable talent in my way. Above all, I beg all men to forbear anticipating aught about the matter. They only make mistakes about the fair. And one too, especially the latter. And I shall take a much more serious air than I have yet done, in this epic satire. It is not clear that Adeline and Juan will fall, but if they do, T will be their ruin. But great things spring from little, would you think? That in our youth, as dangerous a passion as e'er brought man and woman to the brink of ruin, rose from such a slight occasion, as few would ever dream could form the link of such a sentimental situation. You'll never guess, I'll bet you millions, milliards. It all sprung from a harmless game at billiards. T is strange, but true, for truth is always strange. Stranger than fiction. If it could be told, how much would novels gain by the exchange? How differently the world would men behold? How oft would vice and virtue places change? The new world would be nothing to the old. If some Columbus of the moral seas would show mankind their soul's antipodes, what answers vast and deserts idle, then, would be discovered in the human soul? What icebergs in the hearts of mighty men, with self-love in the center as their pole? What anthropophagi are 9 of 10 of those who hold the kingdoms in control? Were things but only called by their right name, Caesar himself would be ashamed of fame. Canto the 15th. Ah, what should follow slips from my reflection. Whatever follows any earthless may be, as apropos of hope or retrospection, as though the lurking thought had followed free. All present life is but an interjection, an oh, or ah, of joy or misery, or a ha, or bah, a yawn, or pooh, of which perhaps the latter is most true. But, more or less, the whole is a syncope, or a singletus, emblems of emotion, the grand antithesis to great ennui, wherewith we break our bubbles on the ocean, that watery outline of eternity, or miniature at least, as is my notion, which ministers unto the soul's delight, in seeing matters which are out of sight. But all are better than the sigh suppressed, corroding in the cavern of the heart, making the countenance a mask of rest, and turning human nature to an art. Few men dare show their thoughts of worst or best. Dissimulation always sets apart a corner for herself, and therefore fiction is that which passes with least contradiction. Ah! Who can tell? Or rather, who cannot remember, without telling, passion's errors? The drainer of oblivion, even the sot, hath got blue devils for his morning mirrors. What though on Lethe's stream he seem to float? He cannot sink his tremors or his terrors. The ruby glass that shakes within his hand leaves a sad sediment of time's worst sand. And as for love, O love, we will proceed. The Lady Adeline Amundeville, a pretty name as one would wish to read, must perch harmonious on my tuneful quill. There is music in the sighing of a reed. There is music in the gushing of a rill. There is music in all things, if men had ears. Their earth is but an echo of the spheres. The Lady Adeline, right honorable and honored, ran a risk of growing less so. For few of the soft sex are very stable in their resolves, alas, that I should say so. They differ as wine differs from its label. When once decanted, I presume to guess so. But will not swear, yet both upon occasion, till old, may undergo adulteration. But Adeline was of the purest vintage, the unmingled essence of the grape, and yet bright as a new Napoleon from its mintage, or glorious as a diamond richly set. A page where time should hesitate to print age, and for which nature might forego her debt. Sole creditor whose process doth involve in T the luck of finding every body solvent. O death! Thou dunnest of all duns. Thou daily knockest at doors, at first with modest tap, like a meek tradesman when, approaching palely, Some splendid debtor he would take by sap. But oft denied, as patience gins to fail, he advances with exasperated rap. And, if let in, insists, in terms unhandsome, on ready money, or a draft on ransom. Whatever thou takest, spare a while poor beauty. She is so rare, and thou hast so much prey. What though she now and then may slip from duty? The more est the reason why you ought to stay. Gaunt gourmand, with whole nations for your booty, you should be civil in a modest way. Suppress, then, some slight feminine diseases, and take as many heroes as heaven pleases. Fair Adeline, the more ingenuous, where she was interested, as was said, because she was not apt, like some of us, to like too readily, or too high bred. To show it, points we need not now discuss, would give up artlessly both heart and head unto such feelings as seemed innocent, for objects worthy of the sentiment. Some parts of Juan's history, which rumor, that live gazette, had scattered to disfigure, she had heard. But women hear with more good humor such aberrations than we men of rigor. Besides, his conduct, since in England, grew more strict, and his mind assumed a manlier vigor, because he had, like Alcibiades, the art of living in all climes with ease. His manner was perhaps the more seductive, because he ne'er seemed anxious to seduce. Nothing affected, studied, or constructive. Of coxcombry or conquest, no abuse. Of his attractions marred the fair perspective, to indicate a Cupidon broke loose, and seemed to say, resist us if you can. Which makes a dandy while it spoils a man. They are wrong, that's not the way to set about it. As, if they told the truth, could well be shown. But, right or wrong, Don Juan was without it. In fact, his manner was his own alone. Sincere he was, at least you could not doubt it, in listening merely to his voice's tone. The devil hath not in all his quivers choice an arrow for the heart like a sweet voice. By nature soft, his whole address held off suspicion, though not timid, his regard was such as rather seemed to keep aloof, to shield himself than put you on your guard. Perhaps T was hardly quite assured enough. But modesty is at times its own reward, like virtue, and the absence of pretension will go much farther than there need to mention. Serene, accomplished, cheerful but not loud, insinuating without insinuation, observant of the foibles of the crowd, yet ne'er betraying this in conversation. Proud with the proud, yet courteously proud, so as to make them feel he knew his station and theirs, without a struggle for priority. He neither brooked nor claimed superiority. That is, with men, with women he was what they pleased to make or take him for, and their imagination quite enough for that. So that the outline tolerably fair. They fill the canvas up, and, verbum Saturday, if once their fantasies be brought to bear upon an object, whether sad or playful, they can transfigure brighter than a Raphael. Adeline, no deep judge of character, was apt to add a coloring from her own. T is thus the good will amiably err, and eke the wise, as has been often shown. Experience is the chief philosopher, but saddest when his science is well known. And persecuted sages teach the schools their folly in forgetting there are fools. Was it not so, great Locke? And greater Bacon? Great Socrates? And thou, diviner still, whose lot it is by man to be mistaken, and thy pure creed made sanction of all ill, redeeming worlds to be by bigots shaken. How was thy toil rewarded? We might fill volumes with similar sad illustrations, but leave them to the conscience of the nations. I perch upon an humbler promontory, amidst life's infinite variety, with no great care for what is nicknamed glory, but speculating as I cast mine eye on what may suit or may not suit my story, and never straining hard to versify. I rattle on exactly as I talk with anybody in a ride or walk. I don't know that there may be much ability shown in this sort of desultory rhyme, but there's a conversational facility which may round off an hour upon a time. Of this I'm sure at least, there's no servility in mine irregularity of chime, which rings what's uppermost of new or hoary, just as I feel the improvisator. Omnia vult bel matho dicere, dic aliquando. Iti bene, dic nutrum, dic aliquando male. The first is rather more than mortal can do. The second may be sadly done or gaily. The third is still more difficult to stand to. The fourth we hear, and see, and say too, daily. The whole together is what I could wish to serve in this conundrum of a dish. A modest hope, but modesty is my forte, and pride my feeble. Let us ramble on. I meant to make this poem very short, but now I can't tell where it may not run. No doubt, if I had wish to pay my court to critics, or to hail the setting sun of tyranny of all kinds, my concision were more, but I was born for opposition. But then, is mostly on the weaker side. So that I verily believe if they, who now are basking in their full-blown pride, were shaken down, and dogs had had their day, though at the first I might perchance deride their tumble, I should turn the other way, and wax an ultra-royalist in loyalty, because I hate even democratic royalty. I think I should have made a decent spouse, if I had never proved the soft condition. I think I should have made monastic vows, but for my own peculiar superstition gainstrime I never should have knocked my brows, nor broken my own head, nor that of Priscian, nor worn the motley mantle of a poet, if someone had not told me to forego it. But, laissez aller, knights and dames I sing, such as the times may furnish. Is a flight which seems at first to need no lofty wing, plumed by Longinus or the Stagirite. The difficulty lies in coloring, keeping the due proportions still in sight, with nature manners which are artificial, and rendering general that which is especial. The difference is, that in the days of old, men made the manners, manners now make men, pinned like a flock, and fleeced too in their fold. At least 9, and a ninth beside of 10. Now this at all events must render cold your writers, who must either draw again days better drawn before, or else assume the present, with their commonplace costume. We do our best to make the best on March. March, my muse. If you cannot fly, yet flutter. And when you may not be sublime, be arch. Or starch, as are the edicts statesmen utter. We surely may find something worth research. Columbus found a new world in a cutter. Or brigantine, or pink, of no great tonnage. While yet America was in her non-age. When Adeline, in all her growing sense of Juan's merits and his situation, felt on the whole an interest intense. Partly perhaps because of fresh sensation, or that he had an air of innocence, which is for innocence a sad temptation. As women hate half measures, on the whole, she'd gone to ponder how to save his soul. She had a good opinion of advice, like all who give and eke receive it gratis, for which small thanks are still the market price, even where the article at highest rate is. She thought upon the subject twice or thrice, and morally decided. The best state is, for morals, marriage. And this question carried. She seriously advised him to get married. Juan replied, with all becoming deference, He had a predilection for that tie. But that, at present, with immediate reference to his own circumstances, there might lie some difficulties, as in his own preference, or that of her to whom he might apply. That still he'd wed with such or such a lady. If that they were not married all already. Next to the making matches for herself. And daughters, brothers, sisters, kith or kin. Arranging them like books on the same shelf. There's nothing women love to dabble in. More, like a stockholder in growing pelf. Than matchmaking in general, is no sin. Certes, but a preventative, and therefore. That is, no doubt, the only reason wherefore. But never yet, except of course a miss. Unwed, or mistress never to be wed. Or wed already, who object to this. Was there chaste dame who had not in her head some drama of the marriage unities, observed as strictly both at board and bed, as those of Aristotle, though sometimes they turn out melodrames or pantomimes. They generally have some only son, some heir to a large property, some friend of an old family, some gay Sir John, or grave Lord George, with whom perhaps might end a line, and leave posterity undone, unless a marriage was applied to mend the prospect and their morals, and besides, they have at hand a blooming glut of brides. From these they will be careful to select. For this an heiress, and for that a beauty. For one a songstress who hath no defect. For other one who promises much duty. For this a lady no one can reject, whose sole accomplishments were quite a booty. A second for her excellent connections. A third, because there can be no objections. When rapt the harmonist embargoed marriage. In his harmonious settlement, which flourishes strangely enough as yet without miscarriage. Because it breeds no more mouths than it nourishes. Without those sad expenses which disparage what nature naturally most encourages. Why called he harmony a state sans wedlock? Now here I've got the preacher at a deadlock. Because he either meant to sneer at harmony or marriage, by divorcing them thus oddly. But whether Reverend Rapp learned this in Germany, or no, is said his sect is rich and godly, pious and pure, beyond what I can term any of ours, although they propagate more broadly. My objection is to his title, not his ritual. Although I wonder how it grew habitual. But Rapp is the reverse of zealous matrons, who favor, malger malthus, generation. Professors of that genial art, and patrons of all the modest part of propagation, which after all at such a desperate rate runs, that half its produce tends to emigration. That sad result of passions and potatoes. Two weeds which pose our economic Catos. Had Adeline read Malthus? I can't tell. I wish she had. His book The 11th Commandment, which says, Thou shalt not marry, unless well. This he, as far as I can understand, meant. Is not my purpose on his views to dwell. Nor canvass what so eminent a hand meant. But certes it conducts to lives ascetic. Or turning marriage into arithmetic. But Adeline, who probably presumed that one had enough of maintenance, or separate maintenance, in case was doomed. As on the whole it is an even chance that bridegrooms, after they are fairly groomed, may retrograde a little in the dance of marriage, which might form a painter's fame. Like Holbein's Dance of Death, but is the same. But Adeline determined Juan's wedding in her own mind, and that's enough for woman. But then, with whom? There was the sage Miss Reading, Miss Raw, Miss Flaw, Miss Showman, and Miss No Man. And the two fair coheiresses gilt-betting. She deemed his merit something more than common. All these were unobjectionable matches. And might go on, if well wound up, like watches. There was Miss Millpond, smooth as summer sea. That usual paragon, an only daughter, who seemed the cream of equanimity, till schemed, and then there was some milk and water, with a slight shade of blue too, it might be, beneath the surface. But what did it matter? Love's riotous, but marriage should have quiet. And being consumptive, live on a milk diet. And then there was the Miss Audacia Shoestring, a dashing demoiselle of good estate, whose heart was fixed upon a star or blue string. But whether English dukes grew rare of late, or that she had not harped upon the true string, by which such sirens can attract our great, she took up with some foreign younger brother, a Russ or Turk, the one's as good as t'other. And then there was, but why should I go on? Unless the ladies should go off. There was indeed a certain fair and fairy one, of the best class, and better than her class, Aurora Raby, a young star who shone o'er life, too sweet an image for such glass. A lovely being, scarcely formed or moulded, a rose with all its sweetest leaves yet folded. Rich, noble, but an orphan, left an only child to the care of guardians good and kind. But still her aspect had an air so lonely. Blood is not water. And where shall we find feelings of youth like those which overthrown lie by death, when we are left, alas, behind? To feel, in friendless palaces, a home is wanting, and our best ties in the tomb. Early in years, and yet more infantine. In figure, she had something of sublime. In eyes which sadly shone, as seraphs shine. All youth, but with an aspect beyond time. Radiant and grave, as pitying man's decline. Mournful, but mournful of another's crime. She looked as if she sat by Eden's door, and grieved for those who could return no more. She was a Catholic, too, sincere, austere, as far as her own gentle heart allowed, and deemed that fallen worship far more dear. Perhaps because was fallen, her sires were proud of deeds and days when they had filled the ear of nations, and had never bent or bowed to novel power. And as she was the last, she held their old faith and old feelings fast. She gazed upon a world she scarcely knew, as seeking not to know it, silent, lone. As grows a flower, thus quietly she grew, and kept her heart serene within its zone. There was awe in the homage which she drew. Her spirit seemed as seated on a throne, apart from the surrounding world, and strong in its own strength, most strange in one so young. Now it so happened, in the catalogue of Adeline, Aurora was omitted, although her birth and wealth had given her vogue beyond the charmers we have already cited. Her beauty also seemed to form no clog against her being mentioned as well fitted by many virtues, to be worth the trouble of single gentlemen who would be double. And this omission, like that of the bust of Brutus at the pageant of Tiberius, made one wonder, as no doubt he must. This he expressed half smiling and half serious, when Adeline replied with some disgust, and with an air, to say the least, imperious. She marveled what he saw in such a baby as that prim, silent, cold Aurora Raby. One rejoined, she was a Catholic, and therefore fittest, as of his persuasion, since he was sure his mother would fall sick, and the Pope thunder excommunication. If but here Adeline, who seemed to pique herself extremely on the inoculation of others with her own opinions, stated, as usual, the same reason which she late did. And wherefore not? A reasonable reason. If good, is none the worse for repetition. If bad, the best way, as certainly to tease on and amplify, you lose much by concision. Whereas insisting in or out of season convinces all men, even a politician. Or, what is just the same, it wearies out. So the end is gained, what signifies the root? Why Adeline had this slight prejudice? For prejudice it was, against a creature as pure as sanctity itself from vice, with all the added charm of form and feature. For me appears a question far too nice, since Adeline was liberal by nature. But nature is nature, and has more caprices than I have time, or will, to take to pieces. Perhaps she did not like the quiet way with which Aurora on those baubles looked, which charm most people in their earlier day. For there are few things by mankind less brooked, and womankind too, if we so may say, than finding thus their genius stand rebuked, like Anthony's by Caesar, by the few who look upon them as they ought to do. It was not envy, Adeline had none. Her place was far beyond it, and her mind. It was not scorn, which could not light on one whose greatest fault was leaving few to find. It was not jealousy, I think, but shun following the ignis fatui of mankind. It was not, but is easier far, alas, to say what it was not than what it was. Little Aurora deemed she was the theme of such discussion. She was there a guest, a beauteous ripple of the brilliant stream of rank and youth, though purer than the rest, which flowed on for a moment in the beam. Time sheds a moment o'er each sparkling crest. Had she known this, she would have calmly smiled. She had so much, or little, of the child. The dashing and proud air of Adeline imposed not upon her, she saw her blaze, much as she would have seen a glowworm shine, then turned unto the stars for loftier rays. One was something she could not divine, being no Sibyl in the new world's ways. Yet she was nothing dazzled by the meteor, because she did not pin her faith on feature. His fame too, for he had that kind of fame which sometimes plays the deuce with womankind. A heterogeneous mass of glorious blame, half virtues and whole vices being combined. Faults which attract because they are not tame. Follies tricked out so brightly that they blind. These seals upon her wax made no impression. Such was her coldness or her self-possession. One knew not of such a character. High, yet resembling not his lost Haidee. Yet each was radiant in her proper sphere. The island girl, bred up by the lone sea, more warm, as lovely, and not less sincere, was nature's all, Aurora could not be. Nor would be thus, the difference in them was such as lies between a flower and gem. Having wound up with this sublime comparison, methinks we may proceed upon our narrative. And, as my friend Scott says, I sound my warison. Scott, the superlative of my comparative. Scott, who can paint your Christian knight or Saracen, serf, lord, man, with such skill as none would share it, if there had not been one Shakespeare and Voltaire, of one or both of whom he seems the heir. I say, in my slight way I may proceed to play upon the surface of humanity. I write the world, nor care if the world read. At least for this I cannot spare its vanity. My muse hath bred, and still perhaps may breed, more foes by this same scroll. When I began it, I thought that it might turn out so, now I know it. But still I am, or was, a pretty poet. The conference or congress, for it ended, as congresses of late do, of the lady Adeline and Don Juan rather blended some acids with the sweets, for she was heady. But, ere the matter could be marred or mended, the silvery bell rang, not for dinner ready, but for that hour, called half hour, given to dress. Though ladies' robes seemed scant enough for less, great things were now to be achieved at table, with massy plate for armor, knives and forks, 4 weapons. But what muse since Homer is able? His feasts are not the worst part of his works. To draw up in array a single day bill of modern dinners, where more mystery lurks, in soups or sauces, or a sole ragout. There was a goodly soup à la bonne femme. Though God knows whence it came from, there was, too, a turbot for relief of those who cram. Relieved with dindon à la Pérégeuse. How shall I get this gourmand stanza through? Soup à la Bovo, whose relief was dory, relieved itself by pork, for greater glory. But I must crowd all into one grand mess. Or mass. For should I stretch into detail, my muse would run much more into excess than when some squeamish people deem her frail. But though a bon vivante, I must confess, her stomach is not her peccant part. This tale, however, doth require some slight refection, just to relieve her spirits from dejection. Fowls à la Condé, slices eke of salmon, with sauces Genoises, and haunch of venison. Wines too, which might again have slain young Ammon, a man like whom I hope we shan't see many soon. They also set a glazed Westphalian ham on, whereon Apicius would bestow his benison. And then there was champagne with foaming whirls, as white as Cleopatra's melted pearls. Then there was God knows what, a el Alamand, a el Espagnol, timbal, and salpicon, with things I can't withstand or understand, though swallowed with much zest upon the whole. And entremet to piddle with at hand, gently to lull down the subsiding soul, while great Lucullus robe triumphal muffles their fame, young partridge fillets, decked with truffles. What are the fillets on the victor's brow to these? They are rags or dust. Where is the arch which nodded to the nation's spoils below? Where the triumphal chariot's haughty march? Gone to where victories must like dinners go. Farther I shall not follow the research. But oh, ye modern heroes with your cartridges, when will your names lend lustre e'en to partridges? Those truffles too are no bad accessories. Followed by petit putes d'amour, a dish, of which perhaps the cookery rather varies, so every one may dress it to his wish, according to the best of dictionaries, which encyclopedize both flesh and fish. But even sans confitures, it no less true is. There's pretty picking in those petit putes. The mind is lost in mighty contemplation of intellect expanded on 2 courses, and indigestion's grand multiplication requires arithmetic beyond my forces. Who would suppose, from Adam's simple ration, that cookery could have called forth such resources as form a science and a nomenclature from out the commonest demands of nature? The glasses jingled, and the palates tingled. The diners of celebrity dined well. The ladies with more moderation mingled in the feast, pecking less than I can tell. Also the younger men too, for a springled can't, like ripe age, in gourmandize excel, but thinks less of good eating than the whisper, when seated next him, of some pretty lisper. Alas! I must leave undescribed the gibier, the salmi, the consommé, the purée, all which I use to make my rhymes run glibber. Then could roast beef in our rough John Bull way. I must not introduce even a spare rib here. Bubble and squeak would spoil my liquid lay. But I have dined, and must forego, alas, the chaste description even of a bicasse, and fruits, and ice, and all that art refines from nature for the service of the gout. Taste or the gout, pronounce it as inclines your stomach. Ere you dine, the French will do. But after, there are sometimes certain signs which prove plain English truer of the two. Hast ever had the gout? I have not had it. But I may have, and you too, reader, dread it. The simple olives, best allies of wine. Must I pass over in my bill of fare? I must, although a favorite plat of mine. In Spain, and Lucca, Athens, everywhere. On them and bread, tea was oft my luck to dine. The grass my tablecloth, in open air. On Sunium or Hymettus, like Diogenes. Of whom half my philosophy the progeny is. Amidst this tumult of fish, flesh, and fowl. And vegetables, all in masquerade. The guests were placed according to their role. But various as the various meats displayed. Don Juan sat next, an el Español. No damsel, but a dish. As hath been said. But so far like a lady, that tea was drayest. Superbly, and contained a world of zest. By some odd chance too, he was placed between Aurora and the Lady Adeline. A situation difficult, I ween. For man therein, with eyes and heart, to dine. Also the conference which we have seen was not such as to encourage him to shine. For Adeline, addressing few words to him, with two transcendent eyes seemed to look through him. I sometimes almost think that eyes have ears. This much is sure, that, out of earshot, things are somehow echoed to the pretty dears, of which I can't tell whence their knowledge springs. Like that same mystic music of the spheres, which no one bears, so loudly though it rings. Tea is wonderful how oft the sex have heard long dialogues, which passed without a word. Aurora sat with that indifference which piques a pur chevalier, as it ought. Of all offences that best the worst offence, which seems to hint you are not worth a thought. Now Juan, though no coxcomb in pretence, was not exactly pleased to be so caught. Like a good ship entangled among ice. And after so much excellent advice, to his gay nothings, nothing was replied. Or something which was nothing, as urbanity required. Aurora scarcely looked aside, nor even smiled enough for any vanity. The devil was in the girl. Could it be pride? Or modesty, or absence, or inanity? Heaven knows. But Adeline's malicious eyes sparkled with her successful prophecies, and looked as much as if to say, I said it. A kind of triumph I'll not recommend, because it sometimes, as I have seen or read it, both in the case of lover and of friend, will pique a gentleman, for his own credit, to bring what was a jest to a serious end. For all men prophesy what is or was, and hate those who won't let them come to pass. Juan was drawn thus into some attentions, slight but select, and just enough to express to females of perspicuous comprehensions that he would rather make them more than less. Aurora at the last, so history mentions, though probably much less a fact than guess, so far relaxed her thoughts from their sweet prison, as once or twice to smile, if not to listen. From answering she began to question. This with her was rare, and Adeline, who as yet thought her predictions went not much amiss, began to dread she'd thaw to a coquette. So very difficult, they say, it is to keep extremes from meeting, when once set in motion. But she here too much refined. Aurora's spirit was not of that kind. But Juan had a sort of winning way, a proud humility, if such there be, which showed such deference to what females say, as if each charming word were a decree. His tact, too, tempered him from grave to gay, and taught him when to be reserved or free. He had the art of drawing people out, without their seeing what he was about. Aurora, who in her indifference confounded him in common with the crowd of flatterers, though she deemed he had more sense than whispering foplings, or than witlings loud, commenced, from such slight things will great commence, to feel that flattery which attracts the proud. rather by deference than compliment. And wins even by a delicate descent. And then he had good looks, that point was carried. Nem. Con. Amongst the women, which I grieve to say leads off to crim. Con. With the married. A case which to the juries we may leave. Since with digressions we too long have tarried. Now though we know of old that looks deceive. And always have done, somehow these good looks make more impression than the best of books. Aurora, who looked more on books than faces, was very young, although so very sage. Admiring more Minerva than the Graces, especially upon a printed page. But virtue's self, with all her tightest laces, has not the natural stays of strict old age. And Socrates, that model of all duty, owned to a penchant, though discreet, for beauty. And girls of 16 are thus far Socratic. But innocently so, as Socrates. And really, if the sage sublime and Attic at 70 years had fantasies like these, which Plato in his dialogues dramatic has shown, I know not why they should displease. In virgins, always in a modest way. Observe. For that with me, S.A. sine qua. Also observe, that, like the great Lord Coke C. Littleton, Wiener I have expressed opinions too, which at first sight may look twin opposites, the second is the best. Perhaps I have a third, too, in a nook. Or none at all, which seems a sorry jest. But if a writer should be quite consistent, how could he possibly show things existent? If people contradict themselves, can help contradicting them, and everybody. Even my voracious self, but that, essay lie. I never did so, never will, how should I? He who doubts all things nothing can deny. Truth's fountains may be clear, her streams are muddy, and cut through such canals of contradiction, that she must often navigate o'er fiction. Apologue, fable, poesy, and parable are false, but may he rendered also true by those who sow them in a land that is arable. T is wonderful what fable will not do. T is said it makes reality more bearable. But what's reality? Who has its clue? Philosophy? No, she too much rejects. Religion? Yes, but which of all her sects? Some millions must be wrong, that's pretty dear. Perhaps it may turn out that all were right. God help us. Since we have need on our career to keep our holy beacons always bright. T is time that some new prophet should appear. Or old indulged man with a second sight. Opinions were out in some 1,000 years, without a small refreshment from the spheres. But here again, why will I thus entangle myself with metaphysics? None can hate so much as I do any kind of wrangle. And yet, such is my folly, or my fate, I always knock my head against some angle about the present, past, or future state. Yet I wish well to Trojan and to Tyrian, for I was bred a moderate Presbyterian. But though I am a temperate theologian, and also meek as a metaphysician, impartial between Tyrian and Trojan, as Eldon on a lunatic commission, in politics my duty is to show John Bull something of the lower world's condition. It makes my blood boil like the springs of Hecla, to see men let these scoundrel sovereigns break law. But politics, and policy, and piety are topics which I sometimes introduce, not only for the sake of their variety, but as subservient to a moral use. Because my business is to dress society, and stuff with sage that very verdant goose. And now, that we may furnish with some matter all tastes, we are going to try the supernatural. And now I will give up all argument, and positively henceforth no temptation shall fool me to the top up of my bent. Yes, I'll begin a thorough reformation. Indeed, I never knew what people meant by deeming that my muse's conversation was dangerous. I think she is as harmless as some who labor more and yet may charm less. Grim reader, did you ever see a ghost? No, but you have heard, I understand, be dumb. And don't regret the time you may have lost. For you have got that pleasure still to come. And do not think I mean to sneer at most of these things, or by ridicule benumb that source of the sublime and the mysterious. For certain reasons my belief is serious. Serious? You laugh, you may, that will I not. My smiles must be sincere or not at all. I say I do believe a haunted spot exists, and where? That shall I not recall. Because rather it should be forgot. Shadows the soul of Richard, may appall. In short, upon that subject I've some qualms very like those of the philosopher of Malmesbury. The night, I sing by night, sometimes an owl. And now and then a nightingale, is dim. And the loud shriek of sage Minerva's fowl rattles around me her discordant hymn. Old portraits from old walls upon me scowl. I wish to heaven they would not look so grim. The dying embers dwindle in the grate. I think too that I have stayed up too late. And therefore, though tea is by no means my way to rhyme at noon, when I have other things to think of. If I ever think, I say, I feel some chilly midnight shudderings, and prudently postpone, until midday, treating a topic which, alas, but brings shadows, but you must be in my condition before you learn to call this superstition. Canto the 16th. The antique Persians taught 3 useful things: to draw the bow, to ride, and speak the truth. This was the mode of Cyrus, best of kings. A mode adopted since by modern youth. Bows have they, generally with 2 strings. Horses they ride without remorse or ruth. At speaking truth perhaps they are less clever, but draw the long bow better now than ever. The cause of this effect, or this defect, for this effect defective comes by cause, is what I have not leisure to inspect. But this I must say in my own applause. Of all the muses that I recollect, whatever may be her follies or her flaws, in some things, mine is beyond all contradiction, the most sincere that ever dealt in fiction. And as she treats all things, and ne'er retreats from anything, this epic will contain a wilderness of the most rare conceits, which you might elsewhere hope to find in vain. Tea is true there be some bitters with the sweets, yet mixed so slightly, that you can't complain. But wonder they so few are, since my tale is de rebus cunctus edicquibustum aliis. But of all truths which she has told, the most true is that which she is about to tell. I said it was a story of a ghost. What then? I only know it so befell. Have you explored the limits of the coast, where all the dwellers of the earth must dwell? Is time to strike such puny doubters dumb as the skeptics who would not believe Columbus. Some people would impose now with authority Turpin's or Monmouth Jeffrey's chronicle. Men whose historical superiority is always greatest at a miracle. But St. Augustine has the great priority, who bids all men believe the impossible. Because is so. Who nibble, scribble, quibble, he quiets at once with quia impossible. And therefore, mortals, cavil not at all. Believe, if is improbable you must. And if it is impossible, you shall. Is always best to take things upon trust. I do not speak profanely, to recall those holier mysteries which the wise and just receive as gospel, and which grow more rooted, as all truths must, the more they are disputed. I merely mean to say what Johnson said. That in the course of some 6,000 years, all nations have believed that from the dead, a visitant at intervals appears. And what is strangest upon this strange head, is, that whatever bar the reason rears, 'gainst such belief, there is something stronger still. In its behalf, let those deny who will. The dinner and the soiree too were done. The supper too discussed, the dames admired. The banquetiers had dropped off one by one. The song was silent, and the dance expired. The last thin petticoats were vanished. Gone. Like fleecy clouds into the sky retired. And nothing brighter gleamed through the saloon than dying tapers, and the peeping moon. The evaporation of a joyous day is like the last glass of champagne, without the foam which made its virgin bumper gay. Or like a system coupled with a doubt. Or like a soda bottle when its spray has sparkled and let half its spirit out. Or like a billow left by storms behind, without the animation of the wind. Or like an opiate, which brings troubled rest. Or none, or like nothing that I know, except itself, such is the human breast. A thing, of which similitudes can show no real likeness, like the old Tyrian vest. Dyed purple, none at present can tell how, if from a shellfish or from cochineal. So perish every tyrant's robe piecemeal. But next to dressing for a rout or ball, undressing is a woe. Our robe de chamber may sit like that of Nessus, and recall thoughts quite as yellow, but less clear than amber. Titus exclaimed, I've lost a day of all the nights and days most people can remember. I have had of both, some not to be disdained. I wish they'd state how many they have gained. And Juan, on retiring for the night, felt restless, and perplexed, and compromised. He thought Aurora Raby's eyes more bright than Adeline, such as advice, advised. If he had known exactly his own plight, he probably would have philosophized. A great resource to all, and ne'er denied. Till wanted, therefore Juan only sight. He sight, the next resource is the full moon, where all sighs are deposited. And now, it happened luckily, the chaste orb shone as clear as such a climate will allow. And Juan's mind was in the proper tone to hail her with the apostrophe, O thou! Of amatory egotism the twoism, which further to explain would be a truism. But lover, poet, or astronomer, shepherd, or swain, whoever may behold, feel some abstraction when they gaze on her. Great thoughts we catch from thence, besides a cold. Sometimes, unless my feelings rather err, deep secrets to her rolling light are told. The ocean's tides and mortals' brains she sways, and also hearts, if there be truth in lays. Juan felt somewhat pensive, and disposed for contemplation rather than his pillow. The Gothic chamber, where he was enclosed, let in the rippling sound of the lake's billow, with all the mystery by midnight caused. Below his window waved, of course, a willow, and he stood gazing out on the cascade that flashed and after darkened in the shade. Upon his table or his toilet, which of these is not exactly ascertained. I state this, for I am cautious to a pitch of nicety, where a fact is to be gained. A lamp burned high, while he leant from a niche, where many a Gothic ornament remained, in chiseled stone and painted glass, and all that time has left our fathers of their hall. Then, as the night was clear though cold, he threw his chamber door wide open, and went forth into a gallery, of a sombre hue, long, furnished with old pictures of great worth, of knights and dames heroic and chaste too, as doubtless should be people of high birth. But by dim lights the portraits of the dead have something ghastly, desolate, and dread. The forms of the grim knight and pictured saint look living in the moon. And as you turn backward and forward to the echoes faint of your own footsteps, voices from the urn appear to wake, and shadows wild and quaint start from the frames which fence their aspects stern, as if to ask how you can dare to keep a vigil there, where all but death should sleep. And the pale smile of beauties in the grave, the charms of other days, in starlight gleams glimmer on high, their buried locks still wave along the canvas. Their eyes glance like dreams on hours, or spars within some dusky cave. But death is imaged in their shadowy beams. A picture is the past, even ere its frame be guilt, whose sate hath ceased to be the same. As one mused on mutability, or on his mistress, terms synonymous. No sound except the echo of his sigh, or step ran sadly through that antique house, when suddenly he heard, or thought so, nigh a supernatural agent, or a mouse, whose little nibbling rustle will embarrass most people as it plays along the arras. It was no mouse, but lo! A monk, arrayed in cowl and beads and dusky garb, appeared, now in the moonlight, and now lapsed in shade, with steps that trod as heavy, yet unheard. His garments only a slight murmur made. He moved as shadowy as the sisters weird. But slowly, and as he passed one by, glanced, without pausing, on him a bright eye. One was petrified. He had heard a hint of such a spirit in these halls of old, but thought, like most men, there was nothing in tea beyond the rumor which such spots unfold, coined from surviving superstition's mint, which passes ghosts in currency like gold, but rarely seen, like gold compared with paper. And did he see this? Or was it a vapor? Once, twice, thrice passed, repassed, the thing of air, or earth beneath, or heaven, or other place. And Juan gazed upon it with a stare, yet could not speak or move. But, on its base, as stands a statue, stood, he felt his hair twine like a knot of snakes around his face. He taxed his tongue for words, which were not granted, to ask the reverend person what he wanted. The third time, after a still longer pause, the shadow passed away, but where? The hall was long, and thus far there was no great cause to think his vanishing unnatural. Doors there were many, through which, by the laws of physics, bodies whether short or tall might come or go. But one could not state through which the spectre seemed to evaporate. He stood, how long he knew not, but it seemed an age, expectant, powerless, with his eyes strained on the spot where first the figure gleamed. Then by degrees recalled his energies, and would have passed the whole off as a dream, but could not wake. He did surmise, waking already, and returned at length back to his chamber, shorn of half his strength. All there was as he left it, still his taper, burnt, and not blue, as modest tapers use, receiving sprites with sympathetic vapor. He rubbed his eyes, and they did not refuse their office. He took up an old newspaper. The paper was right easy to peruse. He read an article the king attacking, and a long eulogy of patent blacking. This savored of this world. But his hand shook. He shut his door, and after having read a paragraph, I think about Horn took, undressed, and rather slowly went to bed. There, couched all snugly on his pillow's nook, with what he had seen his fantasy he fed. And though it was no opiate, slumber crept upon him by degrees, and so he slept. He woke betimes, and, as may be supposed, pondered upon his visitant or vision, and whether it ought not to be disclosed. At risk of being quizzed for superstition. The more he thought, the more his mind was posed. In the meantime, his valet, whose precision was great, because his master brooked no less, knocked to inform him it was time to dress. He dressed. And like young people he was wont to take some trouble with his toilet, but this morning rather spent less time upon tea. Aside his very mirror soon was put. His curls fell negligently o'er his front. His clothes were not curbed to their usual cut. His very neckcloth as Gordian knot was tied, almost an hair's breadth too much on one side. And when he walked down into the saloon, he sate him pensive o'er a dish of tea, which he perhaps had not discovered soon, had it not happened scalding hot to be, which made him have recourse unto his spoon. So much distraught he was, that all could see that something was the matter, Adeline. The first, but what she could not well divine. She looked, and saw him pale, and turned as pale herself. Then hastily looked down, and muttered something, but what's not stated in my tale. Lord Henry said his muffin was ill buttered. The Duchess of Fitzfulke played with her veil, and looked at one hard, but nothing uttered. Aurora Raby with her large dark eyes surveyed him with a kind of calm surprise. But seeing him all cold and silent still, and everybody wondering more or less, fair Adeline inquired, if he were ill. He started, and said, yes, no, rather, yes. The family physician had great skill, and being present, now began to express his readiness to feel his pulse and tell the cause, but Juan said, he was quite well. Quite well, yes, no. These answers were mysterious. And yet his looks appeared to sanction both. However they might savor of delirious, something like illness of a sudden growth, weighed on his spirit, though by no means serious. But for the rest, as he himself seemed loath to state the case, it might be ta'en for granted it was not the physician that he wanted. Lord Henry, who had now discussed his chocolate, also the muffin whereof he complained, said, one had not got his usual look elate, at which he marvelled, since it had not rained. Then asked her Grace what news were of the Duke of late. Her Grace replied, his Grace was rather pained, with some slight, light, hereditary twinges of gout, which rusts aristocratic hinges. Then Henry turned to Juan, and addressed a few words of condolence on his state. You look, quoth he, as if you had had your rest broken upon by the Black Friar of late. What friar? Said Juan. And he did his best to put the question with an air sedate or careless, but the effort was not valid to hinder him from growing still more pallid. Oh! Have you never heard of the Black Friar? The spirit of these walls? In truth not I. Why fame, but fame you know, is sometimes a liar. Tells an odd story, of which by and by, whether with time the spectre has grown shyer, or that our sires had a more gifted eye for such sights, though the tale is half believed, the friar of late has not been oft perceived, who watched the changes of Don Juan's brow, and from its context thought she could divine connections stronger than he chose to avow. With this same legend, if you but design to jest, you'll choose some other theme just now, because the present tale has oft been told, and is not much improved by growing old. Jest, quoth milor, why, Adeline, you know that we ourselves, tea was in the honeymoon. But, come, I'll set your story to a tune. Graceful as Dian, when she draws her bow, she seized her harp, whose strings were kindled soon as touched, and plaintively began to play. The air of tea was a friar of orders grey. But add the words, cried Henry, which you made For Adeline is half a poetess. Turning round to the rest, he smiling said. Of course the others could not but express in courtesy their wish to see displayed. By 3 talents, for there were no less. The voice, the words, the harper's skill, at once could hardly be united by a dunce. After some fascinating hesitation, the charming of these charmers, who seem bound, I can't tell why, to this dissimulation. Fair Adeline, with eyes fixed on the ground, at first, then kindling into animation, added her sweet voice to the lyric sound, and sang with much simplicity, a merit not the less precious, that we seldom hear it. Beware, beware of the Black Friar, who sitteth by Norman Stone, for he mutters his prayer in the midnight air, and his mass of the days that are gone, when the Lord of the Hill, Amundeville, made Norman Church his prey, and expelled the friars. One friar still would not be driven away, though he came in his might, with King Henry's right, to turn church lands to lay, with sword in hand, and torch to light their walls, if they said nay. A monk remained, unchaste, unchained, and he did not seem formed of clay, for he seen in the porch, and he seen in the church, though he is not seen by day. And whether for good, or whether for ill, it is not mine to say. But still with the house of Amundeville, he abideth night and day. By the marriage bed of their lords, is said, he flits on the bridal eve, and is held as faith, to their bed of death. He comes, but not to grieve. When an heir is born, he heard to mourn. And when aught is to befall, that ancient line, in the wee moonshine, he walks from hall to hall. His form you may trace, but not his face. Is shadowed by his cowl, but his eyes may be seen from the folds between, and they seem of a parted soul. But beware, beware of the Black Friar. He still retains his sway, for he is yet the church's heir, whoever may be the lay. Amundeville is lord by day, but the monk is lord by night. Nor wine nor wassail could raise a vassal to question that friar's right. Say not to him as he walks the hall, and he say not to you. He sweeps along in his dusky pall, as o'er the grass the dew. Then gramercy for the Black Friar. Heaven sain him, fair or foul, and whatsoe'er may be his prayer, let ours be for his soul. The lady's voice ceased, and the thrilling wires died from the touch that kindled them to sound. And the pause followed, which when song expires, pervades a moment those who listen round. And then of course the circle much admires, nor less applauds, as in politeness bound. The tones, the feeling, and the execution, to the performer's diffident confusion. Fair Adeline, though in a careless way, as if she rated such accomplishment as the mere pastime of an idle day, pursued an instant for her own content, would now and then as were without display, yet with display in fact, at times relent to such performances with haughty smile, to show she could, if it were worth her while. Now this, but we will whisper it aside, was, pardon the pedantic illustration, trampling on Plato's pride with greater pride, as did the cynic on some like occasion, deeming the sage would be much mortified, or thrown into a philosophic passion, for a spoiled carpet, but the Attic bee was much consoled by his own repartee. Thus Adeline would throw into the shade, by doing easily, whene'er she chose, what dilettanti do with vast parade. Their sort of half-profession, for it grows to something like this when too oft displayed. And that it is so everybody knows, who have heard Miss that or this, or Lady t'other. show off, to please their company or mother. Oh! The long evenings of duets and trios. The admirations and the speculations. The Mamma Mias. And the Amor Mios. The tanti palpites on such occasions. The Thlasiames, and quavering adios. Amongst our own most musical of nations. With two me chamazas from Portugal. To soothe our ears, lest Italy should fail. In Babylon's bravuras, as the home. Heart ballads of green Erin or grey highlands. That bring La Habor back to eyes that roam. O'er far Atlantic continents or islands. The calentures of music which o'ercome. All mountaineers with dreams that they are nigh lands. No more to be beheld but in such visions. Was Adeline well versed, as compositions. She also had a twilight tinge of blue. Could write rhymes, and compose more than she wrote. Made epigrams occasionally too. Upon her friends, as everybody ought. But still from that sublimer azure hue. So much the present dye, she was remote. Was weak enough to deem Pope a great poet. And what was worse, was not ashamed to show it. Aurora, since we are touching upon taste. Which nowadays is the thermometer. By whose degrees all characters are classed. Was more Shakespearean, if I do not err. The worlds beyond this world's perplexing waste. Had more of her existence, for in her. There was a depth of feeling to embrace. Thoughts, boundless, deep, but silent too as space. Not so her gracious, graceful, graceless grace. The full-grown Hebe of Fitzfulke, whose mind, if she had any, was upon her face. And that was of a fascinating kind. A little turn for mischief you might trace. Also thereon, but that's not much, we find. Few females without some such gentle leaven. For fear we should suppose us quite in heaven. I have not heard she was at all poetic. Though once she was seen reading the Bath Guide. And Halley's Triumphs, which she deemed pathetic. Because she said her temper had been tried. So much. The bard had really been prophetic. Of what she had gone through with, since a bride. But of all verse, what most ensured her praise. Were sonnets to herself, or bouts rhymes. Were difficult to say what was the object. Of Adeline, in bringing this same lay. To bear on what appeared to her the subject. Of Juan's nervous feelings on that day. Perhaps she merely had the simple project. To laugh him out of his supposed dismay. Perhaps she might wish to confirm him in it. Though why I cannot say, at least this minute. But so far the immediate effect. Was to restore him to his self-propriety. A thing quite necessary to the elect. Who wish to take the tone of their society. In which you cannot be too circumspect. Whether the mode be persiflage or piety. But wear the newest mantle of hypocrisy. On pain of much displeasing the gynocracy. And therefore Juan now began to rally his spirits, and without more explanation. To jest upon such themes in many a sally. Her Grace, too, also seized the same occasion. With various similar remarks to tally. But wished for a still more detailed narration. Of this same mystic friar's curious doings. About the present family's deaths and wooings. Of these few could say more than has been said. They passed as such things do, for superstition. With some, while others, who had more in dread. The theme, half credited the strange tradition. And much was talked on all sides on that head. But Juan, when cross-questioned on the vision. Which some supposed, though he had not avowed it. Had stirred him, answered in a way to cloud it. And then, the midday having worn to one. The company prepared to separate. Some to their several pastimes, or to none. Some wondering, tea was so early, some so late. There was a goodly match too, to be run. Between some greyhounds on my lord's estate. And a young racehorse of old pedigree, matched for the spring, whom several went to see. There was a picture dealer who had brought a special Titian, warranted original, so precious that it was not to be bought. Though princes the possessor were besieging all, the king himself had cheapened it, but thought the civil list he deigns to accept, obliging all his subjects by his gracious acceptation. Too scanty, in these times of low taxation. But as Lord Henry was a connoisseur, the friend of artists, if not arts, the owner, with motives the most classical and pure, so that he would have been the very donor, rather than seller, had his wants been fewer. So much he deemed his patronage an honor, had brought the capo di opera, not for sale, but for his judgment, never known to fail. There was a modern Goth, I mean a Gothic bricklayer of Babel, called an architect, brought to survey these grey walls, which though so thick, might have from time acquired some slight defect, who after rummaging the abbey through thick and thin, produced a plan whereby to erect new buildings of correctest conformation, and throw down old, which he called restoration. The cost would be a trifle, an old song, set to some thousands, is the usual burden of that same tune, when people hum it long. The price would speedily repay its worth in an edifice no less sublime than strong, by which Lord Henry's good taste would go forth in its glory, through all ages shining sunny. For Gothic daring shone in English money. There were 2 lawyers busy on a mortgage Lord Henry wished to raise for a new purchase. Also a lawsuit upon tenures burgage. And one on tithes, which sure are discord's torches, kindling religion till she throws down her gauge, untying squires to fight against the churches. There was a prize ox, a prize pig, and ploughman. For Henry was a sort of Sabine showman. There were 2 poachers caught in a steel trap, ready for jail, their place of convalescence. There was a country girl in a close cap and scarlet cloak, I hate the sight to see, since, in youth, I had the sad mishap. But luckily I have paid few parish fees since. That scarlet cloak, alas, unclosed with rigor, presents the problem of a double figure. A reel within a bottle is a mystery. One can't tell how it e'er got in or out. Therefore the present piece of natural history I leave to those who are fond of solving doubt, and merely state, though not for the consistory. Lord Henry was a justice, and that scout, the constable, beneath a warrant's banner, had bagged this poacher upon nature's manner. Now justices of peace must judge all pieces of mischief of all kinds, and keep the game and morals of the country from caprices of those who have not a license for the same. And of all things, excepting tithes and leases, perhaps these are most difficult to tame. Preserving partridges and pretty wenches are puzzles to the most precautious benches. The present culprit was extremely pale, pale as if painted so, her cheek being red by nature, as in higher dames less hale. Tea is white, at least when they just rise from bed. Perhaps she was ashamed of seeming frail. Poor soul! For she was country born and bred, and knew no better in her immorality than to wax white, for blushes are for quality. Her black, bright, downcast, yet a spiegel eye had gathered a large tear into its corner, which the poor thing at times essayed to dry. For she was not a sentimental mourner, parading all her sensibility, nor insolent enough to scorn the scorner, but stood in trembling, patient tribulation, to be called up for her examination. Of course these groups were scattered here and there, not nigh the gay saloon of ladies gent, the lawyers in the study, and in air, the prize pig, ploughman, poachers, the men sent From town, viz. Architect and dealer, were both busy, as a general in his tent, writing dispatches, in their several stations, exulting in their brilliant lucubrations. But this poor girl was left in the great hall, while Scout, the parish guardian of the frail, discussed, he hated beer yclept the small, a mighty mug of moral double ale. She waited until justice could recall its kind attentions to their proper pale. To name a thing in nomenclature rather perplexing for most virgins, a child's father. You see here was enough of occupation for the Lord Henry, linked with dogs and horses. There was much bustle too, and preparation below stairs on the score of second courses. Because, as suits their rank and situation, those who in counties have great land resources have public days, when all men may carouse. Though not exactly what's called open house, but once a week or fortnight, uninvited. Thus we translate a general invitation. All country gentlemen, esquired or knighted, may drop in without cards, and take their station at the full board, and sit alike delighted with fashionable wines and conversation. And, as the isthmus of the grand connection, talk o'er themselves the past and next election. Lord Henry was a great electioneer, burrowing for boroughs like a rat or rabbit. But county contests cost him rather dearer, because the neighbouring Scotch Earl of Giftgabbet had English influence in the selfsame sphere here. His son, the Honourable Dick Diced Rabbit, was member for the other interest, meaning the same self-interest, with a different leaning. Courteous and cautious therefore in his county, he was all things to all men, and dispensed to some civility, to others bounty, and promises to all, which last commenced to gather to a somewhat large amount. He, not calculating how much they condensed, but what with keeping some, and breaking others, his word had the same value as another's. A friend to freedom and freeholders, yet no less a friend to government, he held that he exactly the just medium hit twixt place and patriotism, albeit compelled. Such was his sovereign's pleasure, though unfit. He added modestly, when rebels railed, to hold some sinecures he wished abolished, but that with them all law would be demolished. He was free to confess. Whence comes this phrase? Is tea English? No, tea is only parliamentary. That innovation's spirit nowadays had made more progress than for the last century. He would not tread a factious path to praise, though for the public will disposed to venture high. As for his place, he could but say this of it, that the fatigue was greater than the profit. Heaven, and his friends, knew that a private life had ever been his sole and whole ambition. But could he quit his king in times of strife, which threatened the whole country with perdition? When demagogues would with a butcher's knife cut through and through, oh, damnable incision, the Gordian or the Geordian knot, whose strings have tied together commons, lords, and kings. Sooner, come lace into the civil list, and champion him to the utmost, he would keep it, till duly disappointed or dismissed. Profit he care not for, let others reap it. But should the day come when place ceased to exist, the country would have far more cause to weep it. For how could it go on? Explain who can. He gloried in the name of Englishman. He was as independent, aye, much more, than those who were not paid for independence. As common soldiers, or a common, shore, have in their several arts or parts ascendance o'er the irregulars in lust or gore, who do not give professional attendance. Thus on the mob all statesmen are as eager to prove their pride, as footmen to a beggar. All this, save the last stanza, Henry said, and thought. I say no more, I've said too much. For all of us have either heard or read off, or upon the hustings, some slight such hints from the independent heart or head of the official candidate. I'll touch no more on this, the dinner bell hath rung, and grace is said. The grace I should have sung. But I'm too late, and therefore must make play. Tea was a great banquet, such as Albion old was wont to boast, as if a glutton's tray were something very glorious to behold. But tea was a public feast and public day. Quite full, right dull, guests hot, and dishes cold. Great plenty, much formality, small cheer. And everybody out of their own sphere. The squires familiarly formal, and my lords and ladies proudly condescending. The very servants puzzling how to hand their plates, without it might be too much bending. From their high places by the sideboard stand. Yet, like their masters, fearful of offending. For any deviation from the graces might cost both man and master too, their places. There were some hunters bold, and coursers keen, whose hounds ne'er erred, nor greyhounds deigned to lurch. Some deadly shots too, Septemberizers, seen earliest to rise, and last to quit the search of the poor partridge through his stubble screen. There were some massy members of the church, takers of tithes, and makers of good matches, and several who sung fewer psalms than catches. There were some country wags too, and, alas, some exiles from the town, who had been driven to gaze, instead of pavement, upon grass, and rise at 9 in lieu of long 11. And lo! Upon that day it came to pass, I sate next that o'erwhelming Son of Heaven, the very powerful parson, Peter Pith. The loudest wit I e'er was deafened with. I knew him in his livelier London days. A brilliant diner out, though but a curate. And not a joke he cut but earned its praise. Until preferment, coming at a sure rate. O Providence! How wondrous are thy ways! Who would suppose thy gifts sometimes obdurate gave him, to lay the devil who looks o'er Lincoln, a fat fun vicarage, and not to think on. His jokes were sermons, and his sermons jokes. But both were thrown away amongst the fens. For wit hath no great friend in aguish folks. No longer ready ears and shorthand pens imbibed the gay bonhomie, or happy hoax. The poor priest was reduced to common sense, or to coarse efforts very loud and long, to hammer a hoarse laugh from the thick throng. There is a difference, says the song, between a beggar and a queen, or was, of late. The latter worse used of the two we've seen. But we say nothing of affairs of state. A difference twixt a bishop and a dean. A difference between crockery ware and plate. As between English beef and Spartan broth. And yet great heroes have been bred by both. But of all nature's discrepancies, none, upon the whole, is greater than the difference beheld between the country and the town, of which the latter merits every preference from those who have few resources of their own, and only think, or act, or feel, with reference to some small plan of interest or ambition, both which are limited to no condition. But en avant. The light loves languish o'er long banquets and too many guests, although a slight repast makes people love much more. Bacchus and Ceres being, as we know, even from our grammar upwards, friends of yore, with vivifying Venus, who doth owe to these the invention of champagne and truffles. Temperance delights her, but long fasting ruffles dully passed o'er the dinner of the day. And Juan took his place, he knew not where. Confused, in the confusion, and distrait. And sitting as if nailed upon his chair. Though knives and forks clanked round as in a fray. He seemed unconscious of all passing there. Till someone, with a groan, expressed a wish, unheeded twice, to have a fin of fish. On which, at the third asking of the banns, he started. And perceiving smiles around, broadening to grins, he colored more than once. And hastily, as nothing can confound a wise man more than laughter from a dunce, inflicted on the dish a deadly wound. And with such hurry, that ere he could curb it, he had paid his neighbor's prayer with half a turbot. This was no bad mistake, as it occurred, the supplicator being an amateur. But others, who were left with scarce a third, were angry, as they well might, to be sure. They wondered how a young man so absurd Lord Henry at his table should endure. And this, and his not knowing how much oats had fallen last market, cost his host 3 votes. They little knew, or might have sympathized, that he the night before had seen a ghost. A prologue which but slightly harmonized with the substantial company engrossed by matter, and so much materialized, that one scarce knew at what to marvel most. Of 2 things, how, the question rather odd is, such bodies could have souls, or souls such bodies. But what confused him more than smile or stare, from all the squires and squiresses around, who wondered at the abstraction of his air, especially as he had been renowned for some vivacity among the fair, even in the country circles narrow bound. For little things upon my lord's estate were good small talk, for others still less great was, that he caught Aurora's eye on his, and something like a smile upon her cheek. Now this he really rather took amiss. In those who rarely smile, their smiles bespeak a strong external motive. And in this smile of Aurora's there was not to pique, or hope, or love, with any of the wiles which some pretend to trace in ladies' smiles. Was a mere quiet smile of contemplation, indicative of some surprise and pity. And Juan grew carnation with vexation, which was not very wise, and still less witty, since he had gained at least her observation, a most important outwork of the city, as Juan should have known, had not his senses by last night's ghost been driven from their defenses. But what was bad, she did not blush in turn, nor seem embarrassed, quite the contrary. Her aspect was as usual, still, not stern. And she withdrew, but cast not down, her eye. Yet grew a little pale, with what concern? I know not. But her color ne'er was high, though sometimes faintly flushed, and always clear, as deep seas in a sunny atmosphere. But Adeline was occupied by fame this day, and watching, witching, condescending to the consumers of fish, fowl, and game, and dignity with courtesy so blending, as all must blend whose part it is to aim, especially as the 6th year is ending, at their lords, sons, or similar connections, safe conduct through the rocks of re-elections. Though this was most expedient on the whole, and usual, Juan, when he cast a glance on Adeline while playing her grand role, which she went through as though it were a dance, betraying only now and then her soul, by a look scarce perceptibly askance, of weariness or scorn, began to feel some doubt how much of Adeline was real. So well she acted all and every part, by turns, with that vivacious versatility, which many people take for want of heart. They err. Is merely what is called mobility, a thing of temperament and not of art, though seeming so, from its supposed facility, and false, though true, for surely they sincerest, who are strongly acted on by what is nearest. This makes your actors, artists, and romancers, heroes sometimes, though seldom, sages never. but speakers, bards, diplomatists, and dancers. Little that's great, but much of what is clever. Most orators, but very few financiers. Though all exchequer chancellors endeavor, of late years, to dispense with Cocker's rigors, and grow quite figurative with their figures. The poets of arithmetic are they, who, though they prove not 2 and 2 to be 5, as they might do in a modest way, have plainly made it out that 4 are 3. Judging by what they take, and what they pay. The sinking fund's unfathomable sea, that most unliquidating liquid, leaves the debt unsunk, yet sinks all it receives. While Adeline dispensed her airs and graces, the fair Fitzfulke seemed very much at ease, though too well bred to quiz men to their faces. Her laughing blue eyes with a glance could seize the ridicules of people in all places. That honey of your fashionable bees, and store it up for mischievous enjoyment. And this at present was her kind employment. However, the day closed, as days must close. The evening also waned, and coffee came. Each carriage was announced, and ladies rose. And curtsying off, as curtsies country dame, retired, with most unfashionable bows. Their docile esquires also did the same, delighted with their dinner and their host. But with the Lady Adeline the most. Some praised her beauty, others her great grace. The warmth of her politeness, whose sincerity was obvious in each feature of her face. Whose traits were radiant with the rays of verity. Yes, she was truly worthy her high place. No one could envy her deserved prosperity. And then her dress, what beautiful simplicity. Draperied her form with curious felicity. Meanwhile sweet Adeline deserved their praises, by an impartial indemnification, for all her past exertion and soft phrases, in a most edifying conversation, which turned upon their late guests' means and faces, and families, even to the last relation, their hideous wives, their horrid selves and dresses, and truculent distortion of their tresses. True, she said little, tea was the rest that broke forth into universal epigram. But then, tea was to the purpose what she spoke. Like Addison's faint praise, so wont to damn her own, but served to set off every joke. As music chimes in with a melodrame. How sweet the task to shield an absent friend. I ask but this of mine, to, not defend. There were but 2 exceptions to this keen skirmish of wits o'er the departed, 1. Aurora, with her pure and placid mien. And 1, 2, in general behind none. In gay remark on what he had heard or seen. Sate silent now, his usual spirits gone. In vain he heard the others rail or rally. He would not join them in a single sally. Is true he saw Aurora look as though she approved his silence. She perhaps mistook its motive for that charity we owe, but seldom pay the absent, nor would look farther. It might or might not be so. But Juan, sitting silent in his nook, observing little in his reverie, yet saw this much, which he was glad to see. The ghost at least had done him this much good, in making him as silent as a ghost. If in the circumstances which ensued, he gained esteem where it was worth the most. And certainly Aurora had renewed in him some feelings he had lately lost, or hardened, feelings which, perhaps ideal, are so divine, that I must deem them real. The love of higher things and better days. The unbounded hope, and heavenly ignorance of what is called the world, and the world's ways. The moments when we gather from a glance more joy than from all future pride or praise, which kindle manhood, but can ne'er entrance the heart in an existence of its own, of which another's bosom is the zone. Who would not sigh ai tan quirhian? that hath a memory, or that had a heart. Alas! Her star must fade like that of Dien. Ray fades on ray, as years on years depart. Anacreon only had the soul to tie in. Unwithering myrtle round the unblunted dart. Of Eros, but though thou hast played us many tricks, still we respect thee, Alma Venus Genitrix. And full of sentiments, sublime as billows, heaving between this world and worlds beyond. Don Juan, when the midnight hour of pillows arrived, retired to his, but to despond, rather than rest. Instead of poppies, willows waved o'er his couch. He meditated, fond, of those sweet bitter thoughts which banish sleep, and make the worldling sneer, the youngling weep. The night was as before, he was undressed, saving his nightgown, which is an undress, completely sans culotte and without vest. In short, he hardly could be clothed with less. But apprehensive of his spectral guest, he sate with feelings awkward to express by those who have not had such visitations, expectant of the ghost's fresh operations. And not in vain he listened. Hush! What's that? I see, ah, no, tea is not, yet tea is. Ye powers! It is the pooh! The cat! The devil may take that stealthy pace of his, so like a spiritual pit-a-pat, or tiptoe of an amatory miss, gliding the first time to a rendezvous, and dreading the chaste echoes of her shoe. Again, what is tea? The wind? No, this time it is the sable friar as before, with awful footsteps regular as rhyme, or, as rhymes may be in these days, much more. Again through shadows of the night sublime, when deep sleep fell on men, and the world wore the starry darkness round her like a girdle, spangled with gems, the monk made his blood curdle. A noise like to wet fingers drawn on glass, which sets the teeth on edge, and a slight clatter, like showers which on the midnight gusts will pass, sounding like very supernatural water, came over Juan's ear, which throbbed, alas! For immaterialism is a serious matter, so that even those whose faith is the most great in souls immortal, shun them tete-a-tete. Were his eyes open, yes. And his mouth too. Surprise has this effect, to make one dumb. Yet leave the gate which eloquence slips through, as wide as if a long speech were to come. Nigh and more nigh the awful echoes drew, tremendous to a mortal tympanum. His eyes were open, and, as was before stated, his mouth. What opened next? The door. It opened with a most infernal creak, like that of hell. Lasciate ogni speranza. Voi che entrate. The hinge seemed to speak, dreadful as Dante's rima, or this stanza. Or, but all words upon such themes are weak. A single shade est sufficient to entrance. Hero, for what is substance to a spirit? Or how is matter trembles to come near it? The door flew wide, not swiftly, but, as fly the seagulls, with a steady, sober flight. And then swung back, nor close, but stood awry, half letting in long shadows on the light, which still in Juan's candlesticks burned high. For he had two, both tolerably bright. And in the doorway, darkening darkness, stood the sable friar in his solemn hood. Between two worlds life hovers like a star, twixt night and morn, upon the horizon's verge. How little do we know that which we are, how less what we may be. The eternal surge of time and tide rolls on, and bears afar our bubbles. As the old burst, new emerge, lashed from the foam of ages, while the graves of empires heave but like some passing waves. Don Juan shook, as erst he had been shaken. The night before, but being sick of shaking, he first inclined to think he had been mistaken, and then to be ashamed of such mistaking. His own internal ghost began to awaken within him and to quell his corporal quaking, hinting that soul and body on the whole were odds against a disembodied soul. And then his dread grew wrath, and his wrath fierce. And he arose, advanced. The shade retreated. But Juan, eager now the truth to pierce, followed, his veins no longer cold, but heated, resolved to thrust the mystery cart and tierce, at whatsoever risk of being defeated. The ghost stopped, menaced, then retired, until he reached the ancient wall, then stood stone still. Juan put forth one arm. Eternal powers. It touched no soul nor body, but the wall, on which the moonbeams fell in silvery showers, checkered with all the tracery of the hall. He shuddered, as no doubt the bravest cowers, when he can't tell what 'tis that doth appall. How odd, a single hobgoblin's nonentity should cause more fear than a whole host's identity. But still the shade remained, the blue eyes glared, and rather variably for stony death. Yet one thing rather good the grave had spared. The ghost had a remarkably sweet breath. A straggling curl showed he had been fair-haired. A red lip with 2 rows of pearls beneath gleamed forth, as through the casement's ivy shroud. The moon peeped, just escaped from a grey cloud. And Juan, puzzled but still curious, thrust his other arm forth. Wonder upon wonder. It pressed upon a hard but glowing bust, which beat as if there was a warm heart under. He found, as people on most trials must, that he had made at first a silly blunder, and that in his confusion he had caught only the wall, instead of what he sought. The ghost, if ghost it were, seemed a sweet soul, as ever lurked beneath a holy hood. A dimpled chin, a neck of ivory stole forth into something much like flesh and blood. Back fell the sable frock and dreary cowl, and they revealed, alas, that ere they should, in full, voluptuous, but not o'ergrown bulk, the phantom of her frolic grace, Fitzfoulke. Canto The 17th. The world is full of orphans, firstly, those who are so in the strict sense of the phrase. But many a lonely tree the loftier grows than others crowded in the forest's maze. The next are such as are not doomed to lose their tender parents in their budding days, but merely their parental tenderness, which leaves them orphans of the heart no less. The next are only children, as they are styled, who grow up children only, since the old saw pronounces that an only is a spoilt child. But not to go too far, I hold it law that where their education, harsh or mild, transgresses the great bounds of love or awe, the sufferers, beat in heart or intellect, whatever the cause, are orphans in effect. But to return unto the stricter rule, as far as words make rules, our common notion of orphans paints at once a parish school, a half-starved babe, a wreck upon life's ocean, a human, what the Italians nickname, mule, a theme for pity or some worse emotion. Yet, if examined, it might be admitted, the wealthiest orphans are to be more pitied. Too soon they are parents to themselves. For what are tutors, guardians, and so forth, compared with nature's genial genitors, so that a child of Chancery, that Star Chamber ward, I'll take the likeness I can first come at, is like a duckling by Dame Partlet reared, and frights, especially if 'tis a daughter, the old hen by running headlong to the water. There is a commonplace book argument, which glibly glides from every vulgar tongue, when any dare a new light to present. If you are right, then everybody's wrong. Suppose the converse of this precedent. So often urged, so loudly and so long. If you are wrong, then everybody's right. Was ever everybody yet so quite? Therefore I would solicit free discussion. Upon all points, no matter what or whose. Because as ages upon ages push on, the last is apt the former to accuse of pillowing its head on a pincushion, heedless of pricks because it was obtuse. What was a paradox becomes a truth or a something like it, as bear witness Luther. The sacraments have been reduced to two, and witches unto none, though somewhat late. Since burning aged women, save a few, not witches, only bitches, who create mischief in families, as some know or knew, should still be singed. But slightly let me state, has been declared an act of inurbanity. Malge Sir Matthew Hale's great humanity. Great Galileo was debarred the sun, because he fixed it, and to stop his talking, how earth could round the solar orbit run, found his own legs embargoed from mere walking. The man was well nigh dead, ere men begun to think his skull had not some need of caulking. But now it seems he's right, his notion just. No doubt a consolation to his dust. Pythagoras, Locke, Socrates, but pages might be filled up, as vainly as before, with the sad usage of all sorts of sages, who in his lifetime each was deemed a bore. The loftiest minds outrun their tardy ages. This they must bear with and perhaps much more. The wise man's sure when he no more can share it, he will have a firm post obit on posterity. If such doom waits each intellectual giant, we little people in our lesser way, to life's small rubs should surely be more pliant. And so for one will I, as well I may. Would that I were less bilious, but oh fie on't. Just as I make my mind up every day to be a totus teres stoic, sage. The wind shifts and I fly into a rage. Temperate I am, yet never had a temper. Modest I am, yet with some slight assurance. Changeable too, yet somehow idem semper. Patient, but not enamored of endurance. Cheerful, but sometimes rather apt to whimper. Mild, but at times a sort of Hercules furens. So that I almost think that the same skin, for one without has two or three within. Our hero was in Canto The 16th. Left in a tender moonlight situation, such as enables man to show his strength, moral or physical on this occasion. Whether his virtue triumphed, or at length his vice, for he was of a kindling nation, is more than I shall venture to describe. Unless some beauty with a kiss should bribe, I leave the thing a problem, like all things. The morning came, and breakfast, tea and toast, of which most men partake, but no one sings. The company, whose birth, wealth, worth have cost my trembling lyre already several strings, assembled with our hostess and mine host. The guests dropped in, the last but one, her grace. The latest, Juan with his virgin face. Which best is to encounter, ghost or none? 'Twere difficult to say, but Juan looked as if he had combated with more than one. Being wan and worn, with eyes that hardly brooked the light that through the Gothic windows shone. Her grace too had a sort of air rebuked. Seemed pale and shivered, as if she had kept a vigil or dreamt rather more than slept.